Se había visto justo ahora. Bueno, vamos para allá. Mira, una cosita.
Ya está, ahora mismo, digo, para que no es ni...
No, te iba a preguntar.
No, te digo, no, hasta que yo no te vea arriba, no te lo abro.
Vale, vale.
Ahora mismo, esto que estamos...
Buenos días a todas.
Good morning to you all. We're going to start the second day of our Congress, AQUILA LIFE. We're going to wait a little bit until everybody takes a seat. Thank you so much for being here. Yesterday's session was very fruitful. There were many attendees, and in streaming we also had many participants. Contents very, very interesting. So I think the organizing committee is very happy, and I hope you are all very happy too. We're going to start the second day that will be focused on power lines. Well, the main topic will be the presentation of the third video we have filmed in AQUILA LIFE. The photographer, expert in nature and filmmaker Paco Marquez has done it, and he will come and introduce it. It is a video on power lines and the concerns and how AQUILA LIFE has addressed this threat. We hope you like the video. First presentation today will be by Carlota Viara, you all know very well. She will address another of the great landmarks of this project. Very successful. I think, well, it has overcome our own forecast. It is the white paper on electrocushions. We started it and drafted it hoping to have a lot of acceptance, and right now it is a book of reference or a paper of reference on power lines, and it has been embraced by companies, administrations, and it is starting to result into interesting future actions. Thank you very much, Carlota. Good morning to you all. Thank you, José Antonio. We're going to start to talk about one of the most relevant results of this project, that is the white paper on electrocution in Spain. You have it in your bags. You can also download it online. Firstly, I'd like to explain what a white paper is, the definition. It is a tool used in different fields of action, also in trade, in business, to promote solutions on a topic, and it targets the person responsible and stakeholders. You start from the description of a problem to reach solution proposals. It has to be drafted in an objective way. So it should be based on general data and contrasted data, and it has to be brief, no more than 12 pages, because otherwise nobody will read it. And you want people to read it, to modify things, and to reach modifications and solutions. A very important thing that I shared the first time I introduced the white paper is this last item, and up to date, I was not aware of the importance. It is a starting point for the sharing of experience. When we drafted the white paper, we did so with all the information available. We asked autonomous communities, entities, power companies, lawyers for information. We gathered all the information, but I was not aware of the importance of this white paper to trigger debate with the stakeholders, and that is what we're going to be talking about today. It was officially presented in September 2020, 2 years ago, 2,000 copies in paper, but the brutal thing was the 10,000 online downloads, as José Antonio mentioned. We did not expect that high figure. You can download it. Well, it is on the cover of our website. In paper, you have it in your bags as well, in the bag given at this Congress. And the most outstanding thing is that right now, in the framework of AQUILA Life, we want to update it, because in just 2 years, lots of things have happened. The white paper is broken down into 3 sections. First one is the white paper per se, the 12 pages I mentioned before. We have 6 chapters, 2 pages per chapter, 12 pages. We stick to description of a white paper. Chapters are impact of electrocution on birds in Spain, legislative and legal aspects, corrective measures, black spots on electrocution, funding, and last but not least, environmental governance. Section 2, we have included tables, study cases, maps, to help visualize the data we present in Section 1. And then Section 3, it is Section 1, but more in detail. So all the data we had gathered to draft the summary of Section 1. As I was mentioning, we are already hands-on that update. Many of you have received an email asking for information, and we're going to update Section 1 and Section 2 mainly. We're working on it, and today we're going to tell you what things we have already got, what things are important, and a summary of novelties, what things have happened in 2 years of the white paper. Chapter 1, no novelties. Nobody has said how many birds have died in Spain. We still got data from Miteco, SEO. Nothing new. But Chapter 2, legislative framework, legal aspects, there have been new aspects. For example, the Ministry for Environment has decided to update the Royal Decree correction of power lines for the bifauna, and in September 2020, it had just come out of the oven. We sent the white paper with our suggestions, recommendations on behalf of Grefa, and we also included, well, apart from our closing and additional claims, our white paper. We also attached the conclusions of many other multi-sectorial meetings that have helped us define important issues. Some of them you already know, if you have already looked at the white paper. So we thought this was a great contribution to that review. Unfortunately, it has been halted, but we hope that somehow all this information available now to the ministry reaches safe harbor. Other novelties, actions by the General Attorney of the state. It has been acting as a guide for all of us who really are willing to solve this problem. I am referring to the actions of the General Attorney or Prosecutor's General Office. This is a case, what I'm showing here, of the Prosecutor's Office, a recent one, something that happened in Barcelona. And this morning, we're going to have the participation of a responsible of the Prosecutor's Office of the Environmental Department, and you are going to tell us what you are doing. And for all of us who are involved in this problem, in this issue, it is acting as a catalyst. Another important aspect is the sentence of the High Court due to the claim by ILEC against the Royal Decree of May 2020 on quality and industrial safety. This is very recent, March 2022, but it has turned tables round in relation to legislative aspects, and it has been another catalyst. It is a sentence, a firm sentence, in which ILEC, that is the lobby of power lines, well, filed a complaint or an appeal, and the higher court closed it all up with some judgments and sentences and ruling and conclusions. And in the end, the result is an involvement of the power line companies and industrial authorities that have said it has turned the tables round regarding the action of these important sectors. We need the industrial sector, we need industrial authorities, and we need power companies acting hands-on. I know that those of you who are here and who are related to power companies, I know that you also want to act and get involved, but at the level of the higher executives and CEOs of those companies, they really need to act a bit more actively, let's say. I'm going to read 4 points of this final judgment. One, that electrocutions of avifauna, according to this court, are not mere accidents, but rather facts that can be avoided and that can be foreseen if the design of those posts is dangerous. So if we know that it is dangerous, you cannot say, well, there was an accident. No, you know, as a power company, because AQUILA Life has already told you, the environmental agents, officers, or any other NGO, it is your commitment to have a healthy grid that does not result or generate deaths or birds. On the other hand, certifying companies that those power lines comply with all the safety requirements and the legal requirements in the inspections implemented or carried out every 3 years done by the owners of the power lines. They have to say whether the power lines are appropriate or not, whether they are or not dangerous for the birds. That is very important because right now the owner of the power line every 3 years has to check the power line. The certifying company will have to tell him, not only an NGO, these inspections every 3 years, the owner will know whether the line is dangerous or poses a threat for the birds or no. From now on, these electrocutions of birds are a matter of industrial safety in AQUILA Life. We went to see the industrial authorities. They, accepted to see us, but when they saw us, they said, "Oh, the birds, this belongs to environment. Go and speak to the Ministry for Environment." No, we have already talked to them. We want to also talk to the industrial authorities. And well, in fact, they just ignored us, really. But now, thanks to this final judgment, things are gonna change. And finally, facilities, the power lines do not comply with the norms on the basis of which they were passed, but rather the most demanding current norms and legislation framework in terms of environmental protection. That is something the companies mentioned. Well, my power line was legal and it was passed in 1970. Now you cannot tell me it is not okay. Well, the higher court says, yes, as an owner of that line, from now on, you have to stick and tow the line, and all the specificities mentioned by the most current legislation in force. Other legislative aspects that are very important is that we have the first final judgment by the criminal court. I will later on invite Juanjo to give us more details because he knows this case much deeper. It is a power line in Madrid, in Valdepeñas. The team detected the death of birds in 2014. It was communicated to SEPRONA, environmental officers. Prosecutor's office also got involved, but they did not want to correct the power line. When they corrected the power line, all the birds died between 2014 and 2018. When the prosecutor's office took him to court, and we have the first final judgment in favor. We also have many NGOs that right now are focusing on poisoning, for example, of birds. Thanks to the platform Sostenidos Eléctricos, we are better coordinated with the prosecutor's office, with the autonomous communities, authorities. Now different legal claims are being filed. So I think that we are more and more, and that is very positive. Another positive aspect in Grefa, different pilot experiences have been implemented to test new materials with alive birds that are in the rehab hospital here in Grefa. And IDEV and Natura, two companies, have collaborated with Grefa to test new materials. And I think these are very good instances of private-private collaboration, power company with NGOs, with very good results. Also works done with another company, R+H. They manufacture insulating materials. Grefa has also provided counseling on the basis of our experience to improve their materials. We have also gathered more information, new potential critical hotspots. These are some of them, including the white paper. We also put some stars, but there are many more. And as I was saying, efforts are being invested to inspect and characterize power lines. More and more NGOs are joining the field work, and that means that we are getting more data. Before we were very few, or we didn't know much, because now we have more training. Martin will also tell us about this later on. We all, well, got training, intensive training. And our group is growing. Another novelty is that now cynological units are being used with some dogs. The group San Alvaro in Segovia, they are also preparing their dogs for this cynological work. And then in the project AQUILA Alive, we have a team called Tendidos, power lines, more than 50 volunteers checking those power lines, more than 11,000 supports, more than 1,000 birds electrocuted. And of course, this has been reported by the environmental officers. And there is a Cartodroid app that has been disseminated, used by the environmental officers in Madrid and also in the Balearic Isles. As for funding, good things have happened too. The environmental department has approved the allocation of 60 million euros, European Union funding for the correction of power lines. There are also most investment by the power companies. It is true that they got a bit frightened because of the actions by the prosecutor's office and also the platform on power lines, a platform that includes many NGOs. And we are working on the basis of a closer collaboration now. And as a way of conclusion, we have environmental governance. It is the last item, but it is the most important one, because this is when things start to get going and we start to see changes. Thanks to AQUILA Life, there has been an improvement in terms of the collaboration between sectors, and that is fundamental. Every time we have organized multi-sectorial workshops, one with the platform Sostenidos Eléctricos and another one promoted by Uniteco and AQUILA Life in San Fernando de Henares, all of a sudden there is a radical qualitative and quantitative change in terms of collaboration and work. We understand each other better. I understand engineers better, and engineers understand better biologists. All of a sudden they know why a bird has been electrocuted. It's not just a dumb bird that goes and stays on a power line. And we move forward better. We have to continue in this path. Today is a good example. Today things are going to happen here. On the other hand, Iteco, Noemi, I don't know if she has arrived. Noemi from the ministry will tell us a little bit what Iteco is doing, the projects they have, and they are going to implement, and they want to reactivate the work working group on power lines nationally and start the drafting of a strategy in the whole country. And that is the red paper. That is what we wanted to get at. So we are happy that we have contributed to this new and good mobilization. And then we have said before, a lot has been done in terms of training. Justo Martin will tell us a little bit more about this later on, and this is changing things. Not only we have done things, I have seen that also the government of Castile and Leon that had been halted for a long time, done nothing really. Now they have gone a step forward. They organized a training session. Here we see José Ángel Arraz, the General Director for Environment, the presentation of that event, many attendees. And they have a new website that is excellent. I encourage you to go and visit it and check it. So these are steps forward, and they are excellent things, and these will help us to solve the problem. The same as the problem or the issue with poison was solved. Poison in the natural landscape. No, we did not know in the 90s what to do with poison. Little by little, we got training. We started to collaborate with the officers, life projects, and now, well, of course, now and then there are some issues, but we're all working towards the same target, and this is what is happening in terms of electrocutions now. We are starting to have the ideas a bit more clear. We know what to do. We are closer to each other, and this is the main objective. And if we are together, we will save the eagles. Thank you.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Carlota, for your presentation. That was great. So, we're now moving on to the next presentation, a really interesting one. I think we're getting onto the real thing. We'll have the opportunity to hear from Carmelo Fernandez from AQUILA's A-Life team in the province of Álava. He'll be telling us on a pilot experience to dissuade eagles from perching on power lines. Carmelo, thank you very much. Please go ahead. Well, first of all, I'd like to explain something that was initially at the end of my talk, and I believe it belongs here. This is not a solution to the problems we have with electrocution of eagles in Spain or elsewhere in Europe. This is a specific measure that has been implemented to increase the survival of those chicks that we were able to handle, chicks that were released back into nature. So solutions must come hand in hand with improvements on legislation, from adequate enforcement of that legislation, and an effort made by both government and society. Having said that, how to correct power lines, this is not the subject of my talk. We want to focus on increasing the survival rates of chicks that are being reintroduced in nature. So that's the approach. We started introducing chicks back into nature, as we in many other projects. We started doing that through LIFE Bonelli, and we had a really high mortality rate for those chicks. I'm talking about 31% mortality rate. That was dramatic. We had some problems that we believed were specific to us, and then we found out that they were much more general. Out of the 16 chicks we introduced, 19 actually, 3 of them had died in earlier stages. But out of those chicks, 5 died because of electrocution. And we decided to do something. We couldn't wait for solutions to come to us through a generalized correction of power lines. So we started thinking, and we decided that one of the potential solutions had to do with modifying the behavior of those chicks in order to dissuade them from perching on power lines. We wanted to convince them, so to say, that it wasn't a good idea to perch on power lines. So we did everything together with Iberdrola, the electricity company. They've been helping throughout the entire project. They haven't been asking any questions, but rather the opposite. They've given us support material, and in exchange for that, they haven't asked for anything. So it's been very pleasant, very smooth, collaborating with them. And by the way, I didn't include this comment on my presentation, but the initial idea was to tackle some power lines in the area. We wanted to use those power lines to do an experiment. So taking a look at focusing on some supports and applying small discharges, electricity discharges, to chicks that might decide to perch on those supports. So that was the initial idea. Things changed, of course, with time, but one of the basic ideas to start with was precisely this one. When we started talking with the technicians from Iberdrola, they told us to be careful because there could be problems producing induction, delivering high voltage discharges to chicks. We needed to be especially careful with that. So Iberdrola did a study and showed that indeed that was possible. Induction could take place coming from the high voltage power lines, and we decided to introduce an amendment into the project. There was a delay because of that. We were supposed to start working on year 1, 2018-2019, and as a consequence of that study, we had a delay of 1 year. Then there was an additional delay of another year. We decided to erect new support elements to do the experience, specific elements for the experience. There was a change in the area of hacking, and we started in 2020. That's been 3 years altogether, 2020, 21, and 22. So it's partial results so far. So we erected a couple new supports near the area where we were releasing the chicks and near the feeding sites. You know that when you introduce the chicks, you use feeding points, and near those areas, we installed 2 small towers, 2 support elements. We'll talk about this in greater detail in a minute. We were doing monitoring using GPS. That was absolutely paramount to determine what happened with those chicks. And finally, although that wasn't the initial goal, we wanted to dissuade the chicks, and we wanted to see for ourselves in what way they would use those supports. And then we realized that in order to test whether their behavior was abnormal, we had to compare it with the behavior of those chicks that hadn't been subject to behavioral techniques. So what we're doing is comparing the chicks we have dissuaded and those chicks that hadn't been subject to behavioral techniques. The implementation is rather straightforward. What we did was to erect those 2 towers in the proximity of the hacking area. This is the hacking. Here we have the person assembling the tower. We were particularly interested in having support elements as similar as possible to the ones being used by Iberdrola in the area. And obviously, we obviously wanted to replicate the situation with electrocution. Specifically for Bonelli's Eagle, the domes were a problem, the domes on those elements. So we were particularly interested in having a dome. We selected 2 types of towers, one with alignment elements, the other one with a dome. Iberdrola provided us with the 2 towers. As you see, they are exactly the same you can find in the country, because we wanted to replicate exactly the same structure with every single element, so that birds didn't see anything strange. The only difference here was that the towers were shorter. This is not the typical height. They were truncated, both for transport and for the minimizing the visual impact, because this was in the middle of a vineyard. The towers are still there, and one of the actions within the AQUILA LIFE project has to do with removing those towers and leaving everything as it was. There were certain criticisms in the area because people didn't understand the presence of those towers. We told everyone that this was a temporary arrangement. At first, people thought that this was a repeating station or something like that, but then we explained things and there were no further problems. There are some limitations to this system of behavioral adaptation of the chicks. First of all the elements on the support must replicate everything. There is a circuit that is in touch, that is connected to all the perching areas. They must be covered. They must get a discharge, an electric shock, as soon as they perch. The circuit must be very close to the perching points. So it's relatively straightforward. We used solar cells, we chose really small ones and nothing else, because obviously this was not connected to the grid. This is exposed to strong winds, so every year the circuit must be reviewed before the chicks are introduced. We assembled everything on year 1, and every year before introducing the chicks, we would review the status of the circuit. It's just an electrical assembly that must be maintained. The distance between the circuit and the perching points must be very close. Okay, so it has to be tight enough. Nothing else. And then we installed cameras for video surveillance. We wanted to know how many times they would perch and how many chicks would perch, because the CCTV circuit wouldn't allow us to determine what chick was actually perching. And then something I was especially concerned with. I was skeptical about this, okay, when we started. This came up as a possibility, as an option, but I didn't really believe in the potential results. I've changed my mind now, but our main doubt here was, how would we check whether this measure was being effective? At first we said, well, as long as they're perching, they will get dissuaded by that electric shock. But then we started thinking about other things. Most chicks perch in the initial stages of their dispersal. When you release them, maybe after 7, 8, 15 days, they start perching. So a really good measure that I think works really well is to know when is the first time they perch on a support. Once they are dissuaded, how long does it take them to perch again? Is it a day, a week, a month? They haven't perched on supports anymore. That would be a really good metric to measure, to determine whether the dissuasive technique was effective. And finally, the mortality rate would be a clear indicator of the system working properly. So that would be the ultimate goal, reducing the rate of electrocutions, or the percentage of electrocutions. Always comparing chicks that have been dissuaded with chicks not subject to this technique. And then we wanted to find out how those two different types of chicks would behave. Whether the chicks dissuaded by us would reject supports for perching. We did a number of tests, finding out how many had died for different reasons, finding out how many died because of electrocution. The methodology gets a little involved, but you know that eagles don't disperse at once. They move around through what we call sedimentation areas. They move from one to another, and then to another one. Then they may come back to the initial one. All of you who have done radio-based monitoring will have found out exactly the same. What we did on the chicks that we had dissuaded through electrical shocks, for those we studied their preferred sedimentation areas. We studied those areas where they had spent some time, where we had an accumulation of GPS locations. For example, this is Musty, one of those areas. It moved to this area first, and then to this one, then to this one. So for this specimen, we would do an MPC for each area. And based on that, we would download this into a geographical information system, all data, with all the known power lines for that area. This is the most labor-intensive thing. Locating the power lines in some areas may be straightforward for some areas. For many areas, we had no information about power lines or support elements. The chicks had gone to sedimentation areas where we knew nothing about power lines or support elements. So we needed to map one by one all support elements. Within the sedimentation area, each sedimentation area, we defined all support elements. And then the cartographic elements that we got from the electricity company relate to their own power lines. They don't include private power lines or small power lines belonging to small companies, local companies. So we needed to do this by hand, connecting all the dots. So once we have a full map, we had all the support elements and all the power lines. So then, for each support element, we would define a buffer, an area of influence, for the thousands of support elements. In this area, we might have, I don't know, 17,000 support elements. We would define an area of influence for each one, and then we would see how many times the eagles that we had dissuaded were using those support elements in those areas. You would do an intersect using a GIS system, and we would determine that factor, that element. Above all, the diameter, the size of the area of influence is subjective. We could have selected 30 meters, 25 meters, 10, 50 meters. Why did we choose 30 meters? It was a compromise, really. Well, first of all, because there is an error. We did everything using GPS. We always have an error in location, with the exact location of about 5 to 10 meters. And then, when talking about support elements, some of them are very small, maybe 1.5 to 2 meters in diameter, whereas others are much bigger. They may have up to 10 meters in diameter. So we played around those sizes, and we decided to choose 30 meters. If we had chosen 20 or 50 meters, I don't think the results would have changed so much. But anyway, that's the figure we chose. And then we needed to find out. That allowed us to find out how many locations were included in each area of influence, in each buffer. And then we wanted to find out, in a random distribution of those locations, when we could expect eagles to be present. In order to find that out, we calculated the total surface that would be occupied by all those buffers. We added all the individual surfaces, and then we would divide that by this surface area of each sedimentation zone, and we would find out if we got 1.5% of surface area, what we could expect was to have 1.5% of GPS locations within that area. If that went above that, they were selecting that area. If that was under that figure, they were rejecting that area. If it was similar to that figure, that meant it was a neutral area for the eagles. And then we did tests, contingency tests, comparing expected locations to the detected locations for each and every chick in each and every sedimentation area, comparing chicks that have been dissuaded and chicks that hadn't been subject to this technique. So that was the methodology we used. Let's take a look at the results. As always, the first problem we came across was that the number of chicks released both before and after the date of this experience was rather limited. We had a total of 19 chicks not dissuaded and 11 chicks that were released after being dissuaded, plus the 6 this year that we haven't included. 6 chicks were released at the end of August, now dispersing. We haven't done anything with them. That will be done at the end of this year. So we have 11 dissuaded chicks and 19 that hadn't been subject to the technique. The first test had to do with the average date for non-dissuaded chicks when perching for the first time. Those of you doing follow-up or monitoring of the eagles, you may have seen that suddenly they perch on a certain support element after 15 days. If you look at the chicks that haven't been dissuaded, we have an average of 31.2 days. In the first month of life, after the release, half of the chicks started using support elements, and in the second month, 82% of those chicks were using support elements. That was the situation we found, and I'm sure that is similar to what you can find anywhere else. What happened with the chicks dissuaded? Out of those 11 chicks dissuaded, where we actually analyzed 8 chicks, because of a number of reasons. I will explain that in a minute. Out of those 8 chicks, 5 out of those 8 haven't used a support element since they were released. Some were released in 2020, some were released in 2021, and some have never used a support element. And there was another one. There was another specimen that started using support elements in August. Just take a look at that. A year after that, or even 2 years after that, some chicks are still not using support elements. As regards the reduction in mortality rate, we have a similar story. And by the way, the difference in dates when looking at different chicks, the 2 different groups of chicks, is rather significant statistically. But reduction in the mortality rate, this is really important. Non-dissuaded chicks, 73.7% mortality rate, and dissuaded chicks, 30% mortality rate. The figures are too small, are too limited, so this is not statistically significant. I'll speed up because I'm running out of time. So we've seen a delay in the initial date for perching, which is a good thing after the introduction of the chicks. We have reduced mortality rates. We'll have to wait and see what happens when time elapses. I hope this will be statistically significant. There will be significant differences between the 2 groups of chicks. Let us take a look at the results regarding the way these chicks were using sedimentation areas, using the method I explained earlier. Each chick in each area, the hectares of surface area, the number of support elements, the number of buffer areas, the percentage, the expected locations, the number of GPS locations detected, and how many of them were in the intersect for the buffers that we had defined, and then the analysis for all of them, whether this was significant in this column, and then whether the trend was negative or positive. These are all the chicks released and dissuaded in all the areas. That's 8 chicks, 10 chicks actually, and that's 20 areas under study, okay? 20 areas. In all of them, no exception, have we found a significantly negative selection. Since we were repeating the tests, what we decided at first was that we wouldn't pay attention to anything around 0.05. We would focus on things around 0.1 and above. And differences were very significant. All chicks during year 1 and year 2 showed negative results. The number of locations on the buffers was way smaller. I'm talking about 10 orders of magnitude smaller than what we could expect through a random distribution. So at that time, we started thinking about the possibility that this is what was indeed happening. The chicks were rejecting the support element. They were getting electrocuted. We had the impression that they were using the support element. So with those chicks that were released earlier, these ones, we did the same analysis, okay, for the areas where we had sedimentation. So instead of finding out that in the intersects we would have lower values than expected, it was the opposite. It was much higher. We were expecting 43 and we would find 3,000 locations on supports, or 52 expected. Most of them were positive, significantly positive. So those chicks that had not been dissuaded would actively choose the support elements, and that's the problem. Those chicks that are released directly with no dissuasion will try and find support elements because they're good for sightings and they're good for sleeping. They keep checking on support elements until they reach the dangerous one and they die because of electrocution. So, as I say, very significant differences between the 2 groups. I don't know about 5 minutes. Should I skip this one? I cannot say no, but I cannot say yes. Please speed up. something we realized, we had doubts about this, was how long the dissuasion mechanism would remain with the chicks. And it seems we're still unclear. Bear in mind that the first chicks dissuaded were dissuaded in 2020. It's been almost 2 years. It seems they lose that habit with time. Tests were conducted with some specimens. We've been testing that for those 3 years, 2020, 21, and 22. What at first was negative with some very high values becomes neutral with time and becomes positive after a few months. This is the case of Masti in Navarra. In areas where there are lots of food resources and relatively flat areas with no vegetation, they have no other support elements. They have no trees, so they have to use support elements. They start realizing, the chicks start realizing that they can use those support lines because they don't get an electric shock. They see other birds using support elements, so they start using support elements more and more often. It didn't happen that much in year 1, but we expect it to happen more in year 2. That will not matter too much because we wanted to increase the survival rate for the chicks that we had released. If they start using support elements within 2 years, well, we'll see how we tackle that. In any case, this gave us the opportunity, in Masti's case, when recruiting specimens, and by the way, this is Masti and this is Scoop. This is the pair. They're using a high voltage tower on the picture. But that delay in their use of support elements has given us some margin to act, some room for improvement, correcting the power lines. And that had a positive impact on the survival rates of the eagles, which is a great thing. So we expect the behavior to modify with time because they have this natural tendency to use support elements. It's second nature. So, dissuasion. If we apply this behavioral technique in the early development stages for the chicks, the effect is very clear. It delays the use of support elements. Many of those getting electrocuted get electrocuted before the winter, but the chicks that are dissuaded take much longer. This allows the birds to avoid some support elements in the areas for juvenile sedimentation, and as a consequence of that, there is a reduction in mortality, an overall reduction in mortality. Still not significant, as I said before, because groups are small. We've moved down from 70% to 30-something% in terms of electrocution rate. And obviously, this behavior will be lost with time because they will replicate the behavior of other birds of prey and other reasons. Dissuasion can be achieved with fledged chicks. We don't know what happens with adults. If we applied the behavioral technique with specimens with experience in using support elements, it would probably not work. It is also important for this to work. The chicks must remain for a certain time in the release area. If it goes away, immediately it will not work. We must use those elements for dissuasion near the feeding areas and near the release areas. And then there's a number of additional details or considerations. Could this technique lead to premature dispersion or early dispersal of the chicks? We don't know yet, but we do know what chicks have settled in the areas under study. And We still don't know whether the location of the support elements may have an impact on their use or perching elements. For the time being, the answer is no, but we would recommend that support elements may be withdrawn as soon as possible so that the area can be colonized. Replication elsewhere. For those of you interested in doing hacking, and not just with this species, it could be any raptor that is subject to electrocution. This is not difficult to apply. If you collaborate with an electricity company, it is much easier. But I can tell you, we can tell you this works, especially if you work on chicks from early stages. You can apply this to Bonelli's eagles, with golden eagle, with black vultures, with griffin vultures. Talking about recovery centers, you had a doubt about that. We can talk about that later. We believe that this is not directly applicable to recovery centers, such as Grefa, because we could damage, we could hurt the chicks. They could get stressed if we apply this behavioral technique with electric shocks. Not advisable. And then we said something about the birds. They get dissuaded very early, but if there are older specimens that have been using support elements, they distinguish between normal elements and dangerous elements. So they still use support towers. Feeding points, important to place them nearby. And then this can be applied to wild specimens. In the province of Álava, we are beginning to think about how to move on, looking forward. For example, the new hacking area that will be set up, if we cannot do it there because there's woods around the area, we could use sleeping locations for red kite or Egyptian vultures. At least in Álava, that would be our recommendation for anyone managing areas.
And in the new hacking to do it so. And finally, what I told you at the beginning, this is not the solution to the problem. The solution, as it was mentioned by Carlota before, it is the application of the legislation framework to abide by legal provisions and altogether to try to retrofit the whole grid. And once done that, this is useless.
No te podía cortar, es que es brutal.
I could not cut you off, sorry, because that information was very, very important. Thank you, Carmela. We will continue with the next speaker, Sergio de la Fuente from Grefa. While he's getting ready, just a couple of announcements. One, yesterday's session and today's session will be recorded and uploaded on YouTube, Grefa, and I think in English, AQUILA Alive website. You can watch it as often as you wish. And for those who are going to participate in session 4, the voice of our collaborators, please, when it is your turn, take your presentation to the technicians in a USB and give it to Juanpa. And then when the presentation is finished, then you can go and pick up your USB. We cannot provide translation if they do not use a microphone, sorry. If you do not have any USB, but you have forwarded some days ago the presentation, just let me know and I will upload it onto our computer. Yes, I have yours, and yours I also have it. Thank you.
Bueno, pues Sergio nos va a hablar de otra de las acciones importantes.
Sergio will share with us another important action of this project.
Como yo decía antes, hemos aprendido mucho todos, sobre todo la parte de los biólogos, sobre...
We have learned a lot about biology, but Sergio will tell us a little bit more about lessons learned in terms of engineering and legal provisions. Thank you very much to you all for being here. As Carlota mentioned, I'm going to share some aspects on retrofitting of power lines. Maybe some of you know a lot and some of you know nothing. And it has been mentioned by my colleagues. There was a previous life. In the previous life, things have happened in terms of electrocution, more or less the same. Electrocution being the main reason of death. So most of the chicks were released, they never got the adult age, and therefore we were facing a problem we had to solve.
Sobre todo para seguir con lo que estábamos haciendo y corregir apoyos eléctricos.
So we needed to retrofit some power lines and supports because that was the main cause for the death of the birds. We have supports, transport support for long distances. There is no problem of electrocution, but there is a problem of collision. The important ones and the ones of our concern are the distribution lines that go or reach to the final ends. They are small towers, and because we have different typologies, that is where they get electrocuted. What about the power through the lines? Well, the electrical lines have to go from one spot to the next one, as there is a long distance. Wires cannot be enough, and therefore we need to place supports or supporting elements, and we need to avoid the touching of the towers so that there is no ground connection. So that's why we put some deviation devices. How does a bird get electrocuted? Things can happen. To touch two wires simultaneously with different phase and gets electrocuted. To touch the pole and a wire, and therefore there is a ground derivation. One wire with voltage, another one without voltage, and there is a voltage differential. It can happen in metallic support devices, but also concrete ones. And timber supports as well when they get wet. Here, touching the support plus touching the wire, the same. And here we have the electrical arc. Even if it is not touching, it's not touching one another thing, but the distance is so short that it gets electrocuted, even if not touching two things simultaneously. This is an electrical arc. In certain conditions, this is insulating, but in conditions of heavy rain, there may be contact between the two parts that have power. What have we found? Many things, but in supports that you say, well, it is impossible to touch the wire below if it is perching on top. In this case, it was a vulture. Well, it is difficult for a vulture to get into here, but probably, well, this Leonard vulture fell, and then, well, it got a fire after. It got into fire after electrocution. Now we go very fast in terms of the supports. There are different supporting elements, etc., different profiles. Just a brief summary. So we have suspending or hanging insulating elements or devices. So we have an insulating device there, as you can see here. So it is just for the wire to go through without touching the supporting element. We have rigid insulating devices, the same, but they are upwards. They are very, very dangerous because the perching of the eagles usually is at the upper part of the towers, and they are already touching the support and a wire. Very dangerous. Then we have this chain with a bridge on the top or a bridge below. This is like a dead end string. We have bridges on the top or bridges below. As you can see here, these are the two options so that they touch both wires. Then we have derivations. It comes through one end and then it goes out through another end. And they are very dangerous because there is when there is a change to different places, then there is many wires there in the middle. And then we have sectioning devices. That is when you have a derivation or a support. You need some places where you have to cut off the power. And for that, well, you have this fuse that you can withdraw, and therefore, if it is closed, then the power goes through. If it is open, then the power does not continue. Okay, so these are the switches or transformers. Very, very dangerous. They are usually the final hot spot of the lines. They usually reach a house, a pit. These are the most dangerous because as they are very, very old, they go to private properties. Before there were self-valves, and these used to protect the support. But everything, we have here all the power on top, and there is a bridge above just next to the perching area. Well, it was getting perched there, the eagle, and then getting electrocuted. There was a royal decree 1432/2008. It has specificities and demands. I will not go into detail because it is very technical. If you wish to have a look at it, you can download it online. So, according to this royal decree, there are some protection areas, the so-called cepas in Spanish. And in these special protection areas for birds, you have to comply with certain requirements. First, the rigid insulators that we said were very dangerous, they are prohibited, they are banned. So the supports have to be below. So those elements with voltage have to be below. And that is the case because that is where most problems arose. And then there should be an insulation, and then the dead end strings that we saw before, we mentioned. They should have a minimum distance of 1 meter between the perching area and where the power starts. And that is the measurement to save birds so that they do not get electrocuted. In Canada, it has to be greater than 60 centimeters. In those hanging chains or suspension chains, they have to be 60 centimeters or more. In Canada, 47.8 centimeters. So these measurements are very well defined. So the distance between the perching and the wire is such. And there are some singular cases, okay? For example, the vault, that is the support mentioned by Carmelo. There should be distance between the end of the pole and the first wire with voltage. The distance should be minimum 88 centimeters. Otherwise, you have to insulate the central face. We think it is little, really. You need to correct everything. And the central area where you correct the distance should be 1 meter. This is the different types, the profiles, the Canadian, etc., etc. This is the distance to the first voltage wire, the 48 centimeters, 88 centimeters, and the wires insulated 1 meter distance. And here again, the distance is 1.5 meters. These are the distances what I just have mentioned. When retrofitting supports, Well, we think, and we have checked, that you have to retrofit more than what is specified by the Royal Decree 14302/2008, standardized and certified material, specificities to be taken into account, and the training of the operators and the people who are going to install and retrofit. Obviously, you need people with good training, with good skills, with competencies. We have to correct much more than what the Royal Decree mentions. They say 1 meter. We prefer to go for 1.5 in all the phases because we understand that the distance is very short. For some predators is enough, but for others we need a greater distance. And here you have the dead end chains. Here we place a polymeric insulator, 1.25 meters, and then a staple that is covered, and then we place 1.5 meters more of protecting envelope. So in this case, with all these protective measures, we think that we are protecting and we have enough measures so that the bird does not get electrocuted. What have we found? Well, look at this corrected or retrofitted support with the support that it is specified according to law. These chains were metallic. Probably the bird perched here to the area with voltage and got electrocuted. With this bird, the white-tailed eagle, where it perched, well, if we had not done some retrofitting, it could have touched this wire with voltage. So these measures, corrective measures for some species are not, are scarce, I mean. So we say that more corrective measures had to be implemented. We think that an insulation minimum measurement should be 1.5 and better, even 2.5 in the cases of some species such as the white-tailed eagle. As for the materials, the certified material, well, when we started working on this, there were not so many certified materials, but now we have plenty. When there is a lot of demand, there is more offer. So all manufacturers have started to investigate and to improve materials, and that is very good because the market has improved. Obviously, we need to apply and use modern materials, something specifically manufactured to that end. We have done some trials, as Carlota mentioned, with other companies, Iberdrola, Natura, so the relationship with the companies has been very important. And after testing different devices, we think that the lengthening device, polymeric lengthening device with spikes is very appropriate, and that is the one we're using. It can have spikes, or it can have discs, or both, and minimum 1.25 meter long. So as for the retrofitting of supports and the materials, we said that there are very many materials, but many companies are already using cables and wires that already have a cover, and they are sent with the cover by the plant already. So that is very good because then you do not have to pay attention to covering and protecting the material. When doing the retrofitting, you have to use the most appropriate material and try to cover and protect all the materials so that there are no hot spots up in the air. Some of them, well, as I said, are already protected with some covers. This has been designed to that end, so that is what is going to work better. it is true that if, for example, a device or a piece needs certain elements, additional elements, then you have to place all those elements, because what is very difficult is to reach a site with all the staff, with transport, with all the material, etc., etc. So once you are there, you have to do the best retrofitting, because then in 15 years you will not have to worry about it anymore. So from the very beginning, you have to fix it properly. If you need so many rivets, you have to place so many rivets. If you have to add a certain length, then better go for that center length, because then you will be on the safer side for a longer period of time. So many of these pictures are very old. I think things have been improved. We have all learned. And then these elements, plastic elements, the mounting flanges used to be used in the past. If you use them as a top of the retrofitting, what you find is that the wire usually goes down, and then 1 year after, 2 years after, then you see that all the elements go down to the middle of the wire. And in the end, you have the same issue as before. You have a perching area, and then you have a voltage wire that is very close to the perching area. So you have to also pay attention to these flanges, not to use the plastic ones. There are other flanges that are metallic flanges, and they are much more appropriate, because the lifespan, I insist, of the plastic flanges is not very long. It's only 1 to 2 years. When we're talking about the ends, the extremes, we have been learning and learning throughout the years. What have we used, and what is still working? And then we assess, and then you think, well, if someone tells you that they have been using something for 20 years, then maybe because it works. Impact, then an open wire, and a wire in a spiral around the conductor. This is the impact that comes with a device with powder, and it's very difficult to move it, so it is always going to be fixed there, impossible to move. This is the open wire, and the spiral one, again, if you turn it round and round and round and round, this is a little bit just, but if you just give it round and round at the appropriate times, then you will have no problem. This is the staple that we place, and usually it works very well, and it is always fixed there for many years. It should not move around. And then these are the corrective devices. In a way of a puzzle, these are some leak hot spots. What about the anti-perching devices? Well, we do not use them, because if you have placed a support, then it is not going to be dangerous. If you place an anti-perching device, the bird will go and perch where it did not perch before, and then you are causing the electrocution problem. You are urging the birds to get perched there. What have we found? That's why I was mentioning the training of installers. Things have improved a lot in recent years. Before, they used to use other materials, blankets and all that, and when you had to do the retrofitting, you place a kind of a blanket with 2 rivets, and you thought that it was all good, but after some time that moves around, it is very loose, and all of a sudden you have up in the air what you should have retrofitted. And then this is another retrofitting. This piece fell. That was covering the AMCA. And the next day they had to go back and replace it again. If you do it well the first time, then you don't have to go back and do retrofitting again. You're saving time and money. But you also have to correct or retrofit this, because if you leave this with voltage, then everything you have done it maybe is okay, but Royal Eagle or a big animal probably will perch here. So if you get here, you only have to cover this, well then just go for it and cover it.
So once everything is well corrected, this is the enlargement, which has voltage switched on. This distance, this gap with the polymeric insulator is basically nothing. You haven't corrected before, you haven't corrected afterwards. So these may look like obvious things, but these are things you come across in power lines. Another thing, the support has been corrected, but you left the wire accessible. The stalk got electrocuted when touching the wire. The covers are essential. If they move, you have a minimal gap, and there's nothing you have corrected. Now that they're using long polymeric elements, you can achieve a greater length. I guess that some installers still use some pieces, some components that may look that way. They may apply rivets and that's it, but this gets loose very easily and it falls. Here we have a pair of Imperial Eagles perching on a tower, but there is insufficient insulation. If the bird perches here, this is a protection area, so this should go down. The whole element should go down. The distance is minimal. If the cover breaks, you will have a problem. So correcting supports. This is an interesting talk for people that don't know anything about it, especially types of supports. Dome-shaped. We should correct the three faces. Some domes may have more of a slope. Some domes are almost flat. You can have a bird perching here. If the distance is not correct, since you go to the support and mean to correct it, adding the two elements on the other two faces costs you nothing. Once you're there, this adds nothing to the effort. And you forget about everything for 15 or 20 years.
Ya de 1,5 que hemos dicho antes, para nosotros es...
And then that distance, 1.5, that should prevent any problems. No hotspots. Rigid insulators. How are these corrected? You must bring them down, as we said earlier. The best option is to go for this one. Changing the four metallic elements and bringing it down, this is really safe in the insulation it produces. For areas where there is no protection, because this is not a requirement, they have used covers. If they're well positioned, they work. But if these covers are not properly placed, they should have a length of at least 1.5 meters. Because just imagine a vulture opening its wings. It reaches more than 1 meter on both sides. Another example, if this falcon was a little bit farther down, it would die of electrocution. Here we would recommend doing this, domes. For clampings of this sort, we should bring bridges down below, underneath the perching area, if any. So we bring it down and correct with the distances that we mentioned. And then here, this is equally important to do all the branching, all the derivations properly, all the shunts. No covers are needed. The companies have evolved. They need to optimize, and the best thing is to use the best material, always. isolators. This is a very serious problem, and they're working on it. Some companies place them on the other side. But anyway, this is currently under investigation. We've moved from having nothing to having a lot. How about this? In which way should we do this to get the best results? Before, no one paid any attention. Now, people know about this, and there's usually more than one option. There are prototypes out there with elements made of carbon polymers. So they're simply insulators by themselves, so that would be a great solution. Transformers, everything corrected, and anti-collision. We believe that the best element is the turning reflecting elements, and then the use of supports by eagles. These have not been corrected by us. It's our pictures. There are bird-saving elements, but they will be perching, for sure. They even build their nests on them. Anti-perching elements may be present, but still, birds decide to choose them. If we protect and correct the element properly, right from the beginning, you can avoid all those problems. And as Carlota said, we're achieving really good results. During the pilot test, no adults will get to the support elements. And then, as JR was saying yesterday, we started insulating power lines, and we now have 8 pairs in Madrid. All of them would die of electrocution beforehand because no power lines have been corrected. It was unthinkable. It's been a dramatic change. Thank you very much. I hope you understood it. Thank you very much indeed, Sergio. It is so interesting. These are the results, the direct results achieved by all teams in AQUILA LIFE. It's difficult to put a stop to the presentations when we ran out of time. But anyway, we now have a similar presentation. It's a talk on the results of the project to be delivered by Manu Galan, who is the coordinator of AQUILA LIFE. He'll be telling us about the results achieved by the corrections introduced as part of the AQUILA LIFE project. Manu?
Realmente son muchos los resultados que
It's a large amount of results that we have achieved, in fact, after a few years. So the talks are getting longer, but it's worth our time. During the time for discussion, we'll have to make it shorter. But anyway, those of us here will have the opportunity to keep talking about it over coffee. I have doubts, questions, and comments myself, and I'm sure you do as well. Those of you attending online, you can use the chat room as you did yesterday. We will convey your questions to the plenary. We have Manu on the stage.
Sí, hola. Vale, vale. Bueno, pues buenos días a todos.
Good morning.
Sé que es un esfuerzo.
I know it's been an effort for all of you to come here. It is important that we're all here together. We've seen Carlota's presentation, Sergio's talk. We will have Justo Martin telling us about the training we delivered for AQUILA Life. My name is Manuel Galan. I'm the coordinator together with Carlota for the AQUILA Life project. And I'll tell you briefly about the corrections that we have introduced in this project. With funding from the European Union, and in collaboration with electricity companies that have corrected everything we told them was a priority, everything that we considered dangerous. And their feedback has been rather positive, and it's been very easy to work with them, in fact. Mortality before the project, electrocution, we know that there is the single main cause of death. We started tagging Bonelli's eagles here in Madrid back in 2009. We started releasing chicks in Madrid in 2010. Then in 2013, we started working with Life Bonelli, which was the previous project before the current one. There was Mallorca, Álava getting on board. So all in all, in that period, over that period of time, Bonelli's network and Life Bonelli, that's 160 eagles tagged with deaths by electrocution of almost 49%. And 77 specimens died due to electrocution, almost 50%. This is a situation we had before AQUILA Life started. With for Bonelli's eagles, we started retrofitting power lines. We were in touch with electricity companies. But in AQUILA Life where we have made an effort, a very clear effort in retrofitting power lines, because it was the main cause of death for the species. There's other species. Grefa has been using GPS units for monitoring and satellite tracking since 2002. We have 373 specimens of other species, and it's not just Bonelli's eagle. And during that period, before AQUILA Life, we found out that 40% of all deaths were caused by electrocution. This is what we did. Back then, during Life Bonelli, we put together some risk maps where we would allocate priorities to those areas for which we had data on mortality, or areas that were used heavily by those specimens that had been tagged. This is the region of Madrid, and these are the areas we would focus when tackling the retrofitting of power lines. In the island of Mallorca, these are the areas, including dispersal areas, breeding areas, and areas wherever mortality had been detected. Then we set up the power line team, as we call it. This is people from Grefa, qualified personnel, together with volunteers that have been trained by ourselves. We have been collaborating with other people, for example, with members of the SEAL BirdLife project. We trained those volunteers so they could capture data in the field on food using a mobile application, collecting all sorts of details on types of supports, on whether retrofitting has been applied. We did training for the forestry agents in the island of Mallorca as well, so they could do monitoring themselves on food using that mobile application. The power line team And I think we started in January of 2020 or 2019. 2018 we started doing monitoring of power lines on food. We've reviewed more than 11,000 supports, reviewed and characterized them with photographs, with details gathered about anti-pelting elements. We found more than 1,100 dead bodies, around those supports, remnants of bones that could have been there for years. Without on-food monitoring, that would have been impossible to detect, by the way. We have applied retrofitting as part of AQUILA LIFE. We have applied retrofitting to more than 10,000 dangerous electrical supports, and that's over the period 2018-2022. Most of them thanks to the electricity companies that are present here today. Obviously have benefited from the basic information we have collected on the ground. You've been able to retrofit those dangerous supports that had caused mortality or that were located in priority areas for the species. We got funding from the AQUILA LIFE project to retrofit 235 supports. The main goal envisaged 200 supports. We went above that. This is not easy, or not cheap, to do retrofitting on supports. This is the number of supports retrofitted in different provinces: Álava, Navarra, Mallorca, Madrid, and Andalusia. It was earlier this year that we retrofitted 50 supports. In Granada alone, more than 40, and the province of Jaén. As Sergio explained, these are retrofitted supports. I'll come back to this one later. I want you to see the before and after situation. These are retrofitting operations conducted by ourselves. Here we have the extension cover over more than 1.5 meters on either side, before and after. Again, we have applied retrofitting to private power lines. We had the support of the electricity lines at that time, but the problem was about retrofitting private power lines. A huge majority, a huge proportion of those private power lines is non-compliant with either the royal decree and with the inspections they get from the Department of Industry. So in many cases we found really old power lines, and most of the mortality was linked to those sites. In the central part of Spain and Andalusia, we managed to reach agreements with 26 landowners, thanks to Juanjo, Miguel, and Sergio, who got in touch with the landowners, negotiating with them, because we have money within the project, a minimal amount of money to do retrofitting. Finally, we were able to fund a certain percentage, with the remaining money being invested by the landowners. For some supports, it would be us funding 100% of the retrofitting, but for most properties, it would be the landowner and us sharing the costs. We have retrofitted everything you see here. You see the orange spots. This is the central part of Spain, okay? Only the orange spots belong to large electricity companies, and the blue spots correspond to private landowners. After all the work we've carried out, and as I said, we started back in 2018, before that we have been retrofitting power lines, but it was in 2018, when AQUILA LIFE came in, that we made a big effort, and we got really ambitious with the goal to retrofit as much as possible. This is data on mortality of those specimens that are radio tagged. This is Bonelli's eagles only. Before, we had a mortality of almost 50%. that mortality rate has gone down. Within mortality, the mortality for this species, we see that 40% of all deaths are produced by electrocution, whereas 5 years ago it was almost 50%. We haven't conducted any statistical analysis. This is basically basic figures. We've seen a reduction in mortality by electrocution. And with other species outside the scope of AQUILA LIFE, we've seen a similar reduction in death by electrocution. We've been tagging other species, vultures, black vulture, imperial eagle, golden eagle. We have kestrels, all sorts of animals here at Grefa. We have released many that were recovered earlier with GPS emitters. And during that period, before AQUILA LIFE, we had 40% of all deaths caused by electrocution for all the species. And over this period, with AQUILA LIFE in place, 2018-2022, mortality by electrocution for all the species has gone down to 30%. That's a 10% reduction, which is important. Nothing else for me. I think I've stuck to time. I was going to tell you you had 5 minutes left and you're done. Great. So this is one of the most relevant actions within the project. Retrofitting is useful. It pays to do retrofitting. In Mallorca, we see more and more specimens every year and fewer specimens dying every year because of electrocution. The thing is, it costs money. You need to make investments and you need to invest millions. We know how to do this. We know it's useful. This is what we must do. We now move on to the next presentation. We'll see results of the project. A very important aspect that I mentioned myself is training. Getting trained is essential. And we at AQUILA LIFE have been doing quite a few things in terms of training. We have online courses, in-person courses, and to hear about that we have Justo Martin. He's been an instructor. He is the author of the free online course that you may attend. It's been so successful that Grefa has committed itself to keeping the website open within the Moodle platform beyond the scope of the project. Justo? So we now yield the floor to Justo, who will tell us about this key element of training. Very good morning to everyone. Thank you for being here, joining us. I have this responsibility to deliver a presentation just before coffee, so hopefully I will deliver. Let me tell you about what we have done over this period. It's like reaching out to lots of people in places we didn't even think of when we started. Within the AQUILA LIFE project, we had training as one of the main goals. We had a meeting around that, about that, in March of 2017. More than 90 attendees from all over Spain, stakeholders from all over the country. There were roundtables focusing on different subjects. And Group 8, Work Group 8, which was in charge of training and awareness, talked about this. In order to have quality, we needed to raise awareness. That's what the group said back then in 2017. We identified a very clear need to disseminate contents and materials. More than 90 people talking about this, in agreement. It was obvious that they were right, at that time. And a consequence of that workshop was another workshop that took place later with very good feedback. A lot of people gathered in order to find out the best possible measures to avoid electrocution of birds based on things we had learned. For example, what Sergio told us about. There are three great areas we focused on when delivering training. We have online courses, in-person courses, and then things that came up with time. Talking about online courses, this was my assignment. I was in charge of setting up something for free in an automated fashion, so to say. We were expecting to have good feedback, but obviously we were not envisaging being training thousands of people with an instructor available at all times. We just wanted to deliver something that could be consumed by attendees without support. So 3 courses were designed in this area with 3 very different audiences in mind. Some audiences didn't need to go into technical knowledge in depth. There was a basic course. There was another course designed for professionals from the electricity industry, and another course for professionals from the environmental industry. All courses could be accessed through that URL or through the website for the AQUILA A-Life project. We are currently updating all the contents for the course. If you go into the course today, I will leave it open for a few days, and then I'll close the course because I need to do a number of things in terms of updates. In any case, it will be ready again. It will be available again next week, and you will see the latest stuff. If you want to get into the course today and tomorrow, you will be able to see it. What are the main differences between the 3 courses? The contents are similar. There is an introduction talking about electrocution and collisions. In the basic course, there was a general description about the situation, talking about legislation, levels of compliance, etc. In the course for electricity company staff, there was an additional section on regulations. And within the course for employees from the environmental industry, there were additional sections on how to deal with the information gathered, with a section specifically focused on forestry agents. There is a satisfaction, there's a user survey at the end of the course, and depending on the name introduced at the beginning, you would get this really cool certificate in PDF format. If you use a fake name, well, that fake name would appear on the certificate at the end. So please make sure that if you follow this course, use your own name. You can enroll for the course and you can take it at your own pace. You can do an hour a day, a minute a day, or as long as you want. So we applied our imagination and we tried to find out what sort of credit numbers we would be talking about. But with this course in mind, the figures are simply incredible. One day we would get 300 new entrants. More than 3,700 people have enrolled so far. There was a big boom at the beginning, and then the numbers went down. Well, you can expect that to happen. We believe that everyone with an interest in Spain has enrolled. It's been absolutely amazing. We have the feeling that we haven't been able to really connect with people from the electricity industry. 241 enrolled people is simply too few. We didn't know how to involve them in a better way. get them engaged. As Sergio said, training for anyone working in these areas is so important, and yet there's only 241 people enrolled. So we're hoping to increase that figure for the future. That's the online course. There's many other things I could tell you. If you're interested, we will have a coffee break in a few minutes. I will be more than happy to answer any questions. Online training in general, another very interesting thing. As part of the European program, Emplea Verde, or Green Jobs, through COGITI, COGITI in Spain is like a confederation of engineers in Spain. Obviously, people assembling power lines are members of that association. So we had an online course for all of those institutions with 136 participants. That was 136 industrial engineers that worked on this. It was a heavily focused training delivered to people that worked with supports, with insulators, with all of these elements. We got really good feedback, and we identified a lot of knowledge gaps. Industrial engineers knew about the problem. They got scared when they got to know about the figures. They found it hard to believe that the problem was so severe. And they had obviously knowledge gaps about the implications of their work, even legal implications. This is some in-person courses. It's not that AQUILA LIFE set up these courses, but it did have an impact. Either people from the project delivered some of these courses, or we decided to externally set up training beyond the scope of the program. Take a look at that. Almost 300 environmental forestry agents, law enforcement personnel have joined us. Some of these in-person courses may last up to 4 days. So it's been rather intense. We've had all forestry agents from the Balearics, all forestry agents from Madrid will come. We're sure we'll cover this training with all of them. We've had people from Andalusia, from Navarra. As I say, very intense courses, heavily focused on training people that are working on site. This is the breakdown of people attending the in-person courses. And then there were partnerships. We delivered talks in different areas of Spain. In the region of Castilla-La Mancha, in the city of Albacete, there was a course on power lines, 150 attendees, including forestry agents and civil guards. There was an online course developed for the Malaga provincial government. That was 2020. It was so appropriate, so convenient, because it was the start of the health crisis in 2020. And then, amongst other partnerships, I mentioned COGITI, the Industrial Engineers of Spain. I guess that Carlos knows about this. But after the coming into effect of the royal decree, when this goes from the environmental ministry to the industry ministry.
Líneas eléctricas.
And then what we were proposed was to be part of the counseling committee that decides on the contents of those courses. And that will be great, because among all the engineers, there will be a biologist or a biologist or a biology expert who will tell the engineers what they have to focus on to comply with the legislation.
Ya nos han dado cuenta de la trascendencia. Y luego esto, estuve como 10 minutos pensando el título, se me ocurrió.
I was thinking of the title, and then I thought about this. vessels.
O sea, participo en muchas guerras, pero me gusta que toda la gente que guerrea conmigo.
I am a warrior, and I like that everybody who works with me also joins my war. This is a title I chose, as I said, Communicating Vessels. I was working with the government of Andalusia and IUCN, and I was collaborating with the LIFE. I was working with everybody, putting everybody into contact, and the information I got from all of them was, well, passed on to the others. So everybody was communicating with each other. So this is the picture of some of the people who have attended this event in Morocco, retrofitting some power lines, assembling power lines, then a training course for technicians in Morocco and Tunisia. And then we also collaborated with this Life Academy that it is also related to life, and that is training many professionals all around Europe on criminal acts in environmental scenarios. This is happening in Spain, and it is, well, gradually increasing. And then, well, when we do the course, then all of a sudden we see the AQUILA or logo. And then, although we do not have the stamp of AQUILA eagle, many people who have worked with AQUILA Life are also present. With the next one, we have also organized some courses, also in English and in French. You can follow courses online. At the end, you get a certificate. We have also created some apps for the cell phones with a display on Windows where you can map and characterize power lines from all around the world. And you can start working on this issue. There are millions of power lines all around the world and people using this app. And then we launched also a handbook for the north of Africa on this topic, and then another handbook on the situation worldwide. And, well, with the main teachings we have obtained from life. And then to finish off, we have collaborated in the drafting of a handbook launched by an international association, I do not recall the name in English, says the speaker, on recommendations on how to design power lines that are predators friendly. On the basis of that collaboration, now we are involved in another cooperation that has to do with the design of generic technical provisions for the World Bank, so that anywhere they assemble a power line is bird friendly, so that everything that we have been doing for 40 years is not only for Spain, it has been scattered all throughout the world. So it is really good. I only have one slide left, so I'm going to stick to time. Only one, but that is very important, so I really want to show it. Here it is. The most impressive thing, awesome. I have met hundreds of people I had a great time with, people who like birds. We do not like power lines or wires or cables. We love birds. We love the nature. So it is really great to, all around the world, and travel Spain to saving birds and protecting this fauna and flora as well, of course. Thank you. Well, that is great. Justo, you have stick to time. Thank you very much. But the fact is that this is another relevant working line in the framework of the results of this project. We're going to stop now for a coffee, well-deserved coffee, until 12. At 12, we will come back and we move on with the debate Q&A. Sorry, apologies, just wait a minute. I'd like to clarify something in case someone has not understood. Some presentations, you may have the feeling that they were perfect, but you may have the feeling that nothing had been done until this life. Well, that is not the case at all. Grefa in the 80s and many other associations and companies since the 80s have been retrofitting the power lines because many hundreds of thousands of birds were being electrocuted. Here we have some people from the community of Madrid, and thanks to the actions by Iberdrola, Fenosa, and many others, their actions were very important for the golden eagle, for example. We are focusing on life, and you may have the feeling that nothing had been done before. No, that is not true. It is true that with other materials, because we did not have the materials that we have now, but there were many actions being implemented, just as a way of clarifications. And later on, you will be able to watch a video on power lines that I love. Thank you very much. Enjoy coffee.
Jorge, muy buenas.
Hola, buenas.
¿Qué tal? Perdona la demora, pero estaba aquí preparándolo del Zoom. Que... Vamos a ver.
De momento oigo, pero no veo.
¿Eh?
Que de momento oigo, pero no veo a nadie ahí.
Vamos a ver. Tenemos ahora un vídeo. Después del café vamos a empezar con un vídeo de media hora.
Vale.
Vale, media hora. Nosotros tenemos que contactar contigo antes de las 2, un poquito antes de las 2 va a ser, ¿vale? Si quieres dejar el Zoom.
We're going to continue the chat. The only thing we had was a comment by José María Guerrero Núñez from Extremadura. He said he would like to get training on this topic. We mentioned some autonomous communities where most of the environmental officers got training for inspections, etc., etc. And Extremadura, they say that is pending. So it's just a comment. Many of these training courses have been organized by the training schools administration. So we encourage members of other autonomous communities to organize their training courses, include them in their own training agenda, and if they contact with Grefa, we can provide them with contents, etc., etc. No other comment in the chat, so we're going to start with the Q&A. Eduardo Gil, Grefa's lawyer, would like to say something. Good morning to you all. I am Eduardo. I am the environmental expert and lawyer working for Grefa. I think it is timely to mention a couple of aspects and practical aspects, because here we have people that belong to the prosecutor's office, legal offices, etc., etc. I'd like to talk about the importance of being present in the different legal processes. For example, Grefa has been present in many of the administrative processes, and I'd like to highlight the work done by the environmental officers, but sometimes that work is lost at the courts because of the lack of follow-up of that case, and that is very important. We have the proofs, we have the defendant, and then for whatever reason, the case is lost. Grefa, gets to what it gets. We have a famous case, the case of Bonelli's eagle that was shot. And on the basis of that case, the main forces, police forces, contacted Grefa to tell us about a very severe, very serious case. The security forces found some laces in one area in Loja. One of the eggs was suspicious because and it was sent to analyzed, and that egg that was being used as poison was Bonelli's eagle egg, which is even more serious, more severe. It is very important to be part of the processes, and that private-public collaboration has to be very good. We need everybody to be in contact with legal services. So an egg had been used as a poison, and Bonelli's eagle egg. So I just wanted to make it clear that we need to be always there. The legal party should always be present to finish off with the poisoning and electrocution. And a couple of things for the prosecutor's office and the other colleagues. In Andalusia, we have to thank Agustin for his work, because we suspend sometimes the territory, even for livestock or for whatever, when we find some kind of poison. As soon as there is poison, we suspend the use of that territory. And if we link it to the power line topic, you also have to be brave to cut off the power line until the retrofitting is implemented. It is a brave decision. It is a decisive decision. The law is alive, and law adapts to the needs. And so that you see that law is alive, I wanted to close sharing with you a topic. Something happened yesterday. I don't know whether you watched the news or read the press yesterday for the first time in Europe, and it was environmental law, Spanish pioneer. It has been passed a law because now the Mar Menor in Murcia, it is given own right, legal own right, the first ecosystem of the whole Europe. You know, there was a river in Ecuador, another river in New Zealand, and we have been pioneers in Spain. That is why it is very important to acknowledge the importance of law and importance of legal experts. Thank you.
Pelos de punta.
Well, thank you very much, Eduardo, for this contribution. Someone wants to take the floor. JR. Hello, good morning. The question is on what you have learned, the lessons learned from the legal provisions. I have a doubt. You suggest that once you replace a support and you place the other device on the staple, you recommend to lengthen it or place a cover, a 1 meter cover, 2 meter cover. I can't remember, says the speaker. You say that that will protect the big species. But with this picture you showed up to what extent, of course, the safer the wire, better. But does it not increase the costs to obtain just a very little efficacy? With a picture of the white bird, well, the electrocution will happen if it touches the wire and the wire nearby, because you suppose that there is insulation. That situation cannot happen. That is a weird situation. Up to what extent do you think that will increase efficiency a lot, above all taking into account the costs? Impossible to translate if they do not use a microphone, sorry. Yeah, it has to touch two wires. Two wires there is difficult because it is far, but the important thing is not to touch the tower and the wire. So the insulating device, so you say 1 meter 2, you have 1.2 meters plus the staple. Yeah, the percentage could be greater or lesser. And we are trying to retrofit further because we think we still have cases. The percentage I cannot tell you because we have to see all the animals that get perched there. What do we do with that material? We have seen that in other devices they get perched in the very middle. I don't know if you saw, for example, the other animal. If you place the adapter, probably will get to the staple and to the perching area. What is the extra cost for putting 1 meter more and not putting? Well, we're talking about placing lengthener of 3 in one face and 3 in the other. The cost will be, well, I do not think it will be 200 euros. There may be others that are more expensive, but I think less than 200 euros. And then you will not have to think about that support for about 15 years. I cannot tell you 100%, but I think that if the probability is very low, then you will just do away with the problem. We think it is worthwhile because you place it and then you forget all about it. If the royal decree does not have that provision, well, we are trying to fight for a change of the royal decree as well. Yeah, we skip Carlos, we skip Christian. Juanjo will have the floor. No, it's very quick. the picture of the white eagle is 1.5 meters. That's why distances seem so long. So we're talking about 1.5 meters. Real decree says 1 meter. All associations that talk in the draft about the royal decree, all the associations agree that distance has to be minimum 1.5 meters. If we have insulating devices of 1.5 meters, we are on the safe side. When the distance is lower, we want the staple to be insulated and to have a plus material, because the material is not long-lasting, but the material of the clamp or the clip is long-lasting. So what we are looking for is definite measurements. If we cannot reach the 1.5 meters, so in the community of Madrid, they are placing everywhere the 1.5 meters insulating or insulators. But if what is happening is that the birds are getting perched on the insulators, you have to be careful, because you have to take into account you need 1.5 meters on each side. A message for the interpreter. Christian is going to talk. He is French, and he prefers to talk in French, and Gloria will translate from French into Spanish. He will not use a microphone, and then you will listen to Gloria's translation, and then the interpreter will be translating from Spanish into English.
Un moment. Attends. Excusez-moi. Tengo que pasar. Si no, no le oigo bien. Perdona, Alors.
Carmelo nous a présenté une situation d'imprégnation à une... Pardon?
Ya, sí, vale. Carmelo nos ha presentado.
Carmelo has given a talk on the perching. First thing is that it is always reversible. And it is very important for the juveniles because they are protected for about a year. Why is it not maintained throughout the time? For longer time, he means. It is an issue of probability.
Sobre tres que tiene ¿cómo? La répulsion.
Okay.
Du coup, c'est efficace.
Oh. Si en una...
If in an area there are 200 electrical or power supports, there could be 1 out of 3 that have that efficacy. But if there is 1 out of 200, then it will not be efficient.
Il a peur.
Ah, que tiene miedo. Sí, que tiene miedo.
Deseo y miedo.
Sí.
Es como eso. Y si il essaie une fois et qu'il n'y a pas d'effet négatif, progressivement, il perd l'empreinte.
Sí, o sea, lo que ha...
So you've mentioned as nothing happens to it, then it says, the bird says that even if it gets purged, there is no discharge. So we need those supports so that they do not lose fear.
La impronta, el periodo de improntación, nosotros lo hemos provocado inmediatamente en el...
With that adaptation, we have placed it in the flight. When they are flying, it only happens then. Then the rest of the analysis have been implemented in the power lines without any system. They could be subject to retrofitting, but they have not been retrofitted. So the rest of the time, they avoid supports unless they are in an area where they have no other way but to using those supports. And as when they start using them, that is when that adaptation is lost, because when they think that the supports that they were going always to give a discharge, well, they see other predators that are using them, they start to use them, there is no discharge, and then the contrary adaptation period happens. They start to get used to it. But that happens also in the supports at the time of the release of the chicks. And then we cannot intervene because, I mean, if you say 1 out of 100, then how many should we have in dispersal areas that we still do not know where they are? So we would have to have all around Spain fake supports so that the probability you mentioned occurs. That is impossible. Just at the point or the time of release, yes, but later on, no. Thank you very much. Thank you, Christian. Maybe it has not been made very clear. What we have tried to do is taking into account the handling of the chicks. When we introduce the chicks, we are managing the chicks and we are teaching them positive behavior. For example, to go to some feeding areas that are natural or artificial, sorry. So we thought, or we questioned, that the first contact of an eagle, or one of the specimens we are releasing with a power line, if it was painful, caused disturbance, anxiety, maybe that could be part of the learning in terms of rejection. You know that it is much more difficult to increase negative responses than positive responses. Positive responses is faster and it works better. So we, well, try to see what happened with a negative response or negative situation. Although we were very skeptical, we did not know whether it was going to work or not. It seems that yes, at least the first contact, for example, the eagle, would have got perched in a previous power line, things would have not worked the same. But if the first contact with the power line is very negative and then the eagle is kind of feared, no, of power lines for a short period of time, then that will give us some time to act. I will now give the floor to Carlos Suñer. Carlos Suñer from the Foundation for the Conservation Griffin vulture in Mastratgo. We had an accident. One of these birds was electrocuted. For us, that area was very safe. There was a power line that was totally enclosed. It was signaled, and it died in this power line that we thought was very safe. And they support 3 other birds got perched on that, one that we had released and another one coming from outside. We do not know the reason for this accident. The power company, Endesa, acted very fast. The engineers never found out about the causes of the accident. Now I don't know whether it was 1 meter, 1.5 meters long, the protective measure, so any protective measure is very important. This was a situation of the accident with a birded vulture. So my question is, to try to avoid these accidents, Grefa is taking note of these kind of accidents to try to, well, avoid these accidents. I was talking about the birded vulture because I belong to the Association for the Protection of Birded Vultures in Spain. Kiko gave me a call. I was talking with Kiko and with other colleagues about that support. And that support is overhead underground support.
Y tiene botellas de exterior, terminales de exterior, que estaban.
And they had some tapes. So what we suggested in Endesa is to place the caps, preformed caps, because they are much safer. So the support is not dangerous, apparently, because there are 4 glass insulators. One glass insulator will give you 60 centimeters. There is a clip covers, also 35 centimeters, plus 1 meter more of insulating material. So probably electrocution happened in those elements that did not have proper insulation. That is why that support, well, you can still do some retrofittings, so that when later on there is electrocution, you have to find out what happened to it, maybe because of the material. The material in that case was not very appropriate, so to speak.
Along those lines, let me reiterate how important training can be. Sometimes when you see a tower with the red elements, you may think that it has been properly retrofitted, but then you may have a centimeter of metal which is still uncovered, and that is extremely dangerous. At a distance, it may look as if it has been properly retrofitted, but if we have 1.5 meters and that centimeter properly covered, and that centimeter is just next to the support, the rest of the extension of that covering is basically useless. So we have the people in charge of the assembly, the people in charge of the maintenance must be fully aware, because any minimal mistake will lead to electrocution. And then the grounding of the support, the earthing. There's a 10 centimeter gap of a non-insulated part for grounding or earthing. Perhaps the bird perched on the lower side, and it might have been electrocuted because it touched that non-insulated part. Regarding your question, Carlos, whether we know for a fact that these are details have been confirmed. Indeed, we're gathering data about everything, even about improper or unsuitable retrofitting. We go to the base of the support and we take note of everything we see. As Justo was saying, certain defects, certain problems may be basically invisible, but we have a registry of incidents with whatever has been retrofitted unsuitably. Just to let you know about the situation in Andalusia, in our database, we collect data on accidents, and we've done our calculations until 2020. We have found fewer and fewer cases, but around 20% of all posts, all supports that have been retrofitted had problems. Three main types of problems. Lack of effectiveness because of time, and that wasn't the most important problem. You lose effectiveness with time. And then improper positioning of the elements, of the insulating elements. And then the problems mentioned by Justo. There may be gaps, there may be metallic elements which remain uncovered. We've seen 3 deaths of imperial eagles electrocuted because just one screw had remained uncovered. Just one screw is enough. Thank you. It is so important to know about this in detail. Those supports that in theory have been properly retrofitted and are still a cause of death by electrocution. I'm going to read a couple of things that have come from the chat room, and that will be the end of the discussion time. Then we'll go for lunch. And before that, we'll see the video from Paco. The comments coming from the chat room are the following. On the one hand, we have someone congratulating us, Anapri, birders, electricians, at the same time, birders, electricians. And I would say it the other way around, electricians, birders. We know that they are there, out there. Thank you so much for your beautiful work and for the effort you've made. Since the very beginning, we've seen so many advancements taking place. And then José Luis Herrero Núñez from the Andalusian Corps of Forestry Agents. How many times did you get a report from an electricity company informing you about electrocuted birds? They find electrocuted birds, but they never get in touch with us. I'm going to be the star of the show anyway. As part of our agreement with Endesa, obviously, we should have all dangerous power lines retrofitted, and that's whatever is detected by anyone. As soon as they find a bird that has been electrocuted by one of the power lines, this is reported and it's included in the database. I would say that this accounts for half of everything we find because they keep reviewing their power lines all the time. To give you an example, in the year of the health crisis, we were not in the field. The year when we were locked down, everything we got, all the details we got about electrocution between March and September were reported exclusively by Endesa, the electricity company. So the agreement is indeed working. Inigo has something to say. I just wanted to say that we in the province of Álava, in the Basque Country, get reports from Iberdrola, the other electricity company. They always pick up the body and keep it in custody and take it to the the Wildlife Recovery Center. Thank you. I just wanted to sing something. No, don't worry. No songs from me. Along those lines, and adding to what Carlos mentioned, it is so important to have him here today. He actually got in touch with me regarding the events we organized about power lines, because that fits perfectly into the collaboration agreement, the framework we have with the electricity companies, with the regional departments of industry, and with the work we have been conducting. It fits into everything. With the reintroduction of the bearded vulture, I'm talking about an overlap in a positive way, trying to collaborate as much as possible, because the areas we focus on for bearded vultures, bearing in mind how they reintroduce those birds, will overlap with those areas we're working on, where we have prospective data in the central part of Spain. The last very brief comment or question from Madrid. I just wanted to say that the regional government of Madrid in the last 5 years has been informed by operators, maintenance managers, by the Spanish electricity grid, by Iberdrola. They don't collect the bodies themselves. They simply call the free line, the free hotline number, and we deploy a vehicle to that area. We collect the body and we issue an official report about that body being found. Also, when this is transferred or referred to a landowner, to a private landowner, we're getting phone calls. Thank you very much, Cesar. Thank you, everyone. We'll now move on to the video from Paco Vázquez. José Antonio Montero will deliver the presentation.
Invitado en medio, para que no puedas escapar.
Sí. Ah, es un miembro, es un comité.
Bueno, llega un momento muy emocionante.
There comes a time, a very exciting time in all events, and this is it, the video on lethal grid lines. We have the director of the video, Francisco Márquez. Many of you have probably met him before. He is one of the main references in Spain about wildlife photography and nature photography. His pictures have been moving around since the late 80s on everything to do with preservation, conservation. So we have so many unforgettable pictures of bears, bearded vultures, birds, and an endless number of species. He has an amazing track record. He's shot a number of documentaries. And his footprint is very clear here. He's been a naturalist by devotion, and that is a constant presence in all of his work. So let me take the opportunity, very briefly, to tell you about the great work that has been carried out in terms of communication, dissemination of information, and information sharing as part of the LIFE project. Paco's work is the icing on the cake. It's not very often that we have had the privilege to work in disseminating information with such great work regarding Bonelli's eagles and other species. An anecdote. The Spanish equivalent of Bonelli's eagle, the new name in Spanish, is being increasingly used by more and more people. The work carried out by the teams in the different parts of the country has been absolutely amazing. At Grefa, we have done our best, focusing on social media, on our website, press releases, press clips, and we've been collaborating so solidly, and it's been thousands of impacts of hits on different media. I know, because I have been involved in that personally, directly, and then the specialized press. We have the Kirkus magazine. In the current number, in the current issue, they have a very comprehensive article about the project. So, an amazing piece of work. I would like to say thank you for that partnership and for everything you've done, all the members and the partners of the team and the project. And having said that, I'd like to reiterate my gratitude to Paco, and you now have the floor.
Bueno, simplemente mencionar que este es el tercer trabajo que se hace durante todo el LIFE. O sea, quiero decir que son...
So this is a number of different pieces of work with different formats, different subjects. The main binding element is obviously the conservation of Bonelli's ego, and this piece of work focuses on electric power lines. And by the way, I would like to say thank you to for his work, and obviously for everything they've done in terms of communication. We're talking thousands and thousands of reports and news. As soon as you read one, the next one was coming along, and obviously we've had members collaborating with us. The members of the project would generate a lot of news. Each specimen generates news because each specimen is a world of its own. So being completely unbiased is impossible because there is a lot of excitement. When we lose a specimen, we always get emotional, we always get frustrated. But anyway, overall, the positive things are much more visible, and that's why we will keep working hard for the conservation of this species. So I now yield the floor to Paco, who will no doubt explain the video on the power lines much better than myself. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the end of this journey. We started working at 2018. I have two great sponsors to my sides. Jose Antonio, as the head of communication, has been a stimulus, constant stimulus for me. For independent directors like myself, a lot of freedom to go my own way at this, to show my own vision, and I feel really fortunate to have them both on board. As Ernesto said, this is one of the documentaries I've shot for AQUILA A-Life. This is another element in the communication approach, and it's got a different vision. Nothing new is unfolding. I'm not the first one to talk about this. I'm not the last one to do so. This is essential at this point in time because of the problems we find around us. And I'm talking in general terms, of course. This documentary is an effort to try and reach out to the general public, bearing in mind how detached they are from these matters. I understand this type of projects is essential, plays an essential role. But we're talking about mitigation actions, really. We are trying to resolve a problem which is already there, which is the actual risk of losing that species altogether, of it becoming extinct. So this work, I believe, plays a fundamental role. But this must go hand in hand with other types of actions, so we can anticipate the problem. It was a few months ago that I joined something else, the project explained by Carlos, the reintroduction of the bird vulture in central Spain and in the province of Teruel. So I think we have a duty in terms of disseminating information. We need to preempt the consequences of this problem. I understand that the environment is way more than science. It's also culture, it's also art. Culture and art do not change the world. They change the people who will change the world. I understand it was a smart move by Grefa and by the Bird Vulture Foundation to count on people with my profile, so we can tell stories that allow us to reach out to the public. You will see a part of that video where there is a chat under a power line, and during that chat you will hear how necessary it is to tell the public at large, not about data or statistics. That is also necessary, of course. This is also a part of the project. But it is about telling stories, telling tales. This is a story itself. It's got a stage, it's got a number of characters, and that's the end of the story, with the bottom line at the end of that story, telling the general public about the people that are involved in this, with these things, with this world. When you see the vets doing a physical examination of a red kite that has been electrocuted, getting excited, getting emotional, I believe this is so important when telling the general public the loss of diversity, climate change. These are such huge problems that oftentimes we could be discouraged, we could be disheartened. With these short stories, we can prove that there are people out there doing things, doing specific things. We can tell the general public about what they can do by supporting Grefa, by picking up the phone, by not using their car and using public transport instead. Little things that people can do to make their own contribution. I think this is the essential part of that communication effort that Grefa has been making since right from the beginning. I hope you enjoy it. I hope this is useful for the project.
Interpreters announce you that we have not watched the video before, we do not have the script, and we have no idea what is going to come. So we're going to do our best, but we cannot promise any great work. Apologies.
Cientos de miles de kilómetros de
Hundreds of thousands of kilometers of power lines with an endless infrastructure grid, as necessary as lethal. These elements are used by many different species as locations to perch or even to build nests. Deaths by electrocution, deaths by collisions, an unsustainable situation that can be palliated.
Una forma de conocer la dimensión de este problema es
One way to approach this problem has to do with the numbers of birds electrocuted. For example, Bonelli's eagles. They are tagged beforehand with radio transmitters. When the same location is sent, the researchers are always worried about the worst-case scenario. There are groups of people moving around the country on foot. looking at support elements, trying to find out what is happening on the ground.
On behalf of the organizing committee, we apologize for not having provided interpreters with the text. It is a very narrative text, and it is impossible to summarize or to do a great interpretation job. So we will stop interpreting here.
Se han encontrado junto a un poste eléctrico muerta para ver si podían mandar a los agentes forestales, por favor. Sí, le doy las coordenadas.
Buenos días. ¿Qué habéis encontrado? Un Milano, por lo que veo. Sí. Bueno, pues nosotros ahora vamos a recogerlo y levantar el acta de cadena de custodia. Vamos a inspeccionar un poco la línea y luego le llevamos al centro de recuperación para necropsia.
Vamos a ver este animal. Nos lo han traído de los forestales que lo han encontrado en el campo, debajo de un apoyo. Parece que el apoyo no está bien aislado, así que vamos a buscar, aunque bueno, es bastante evidente. Vamos a ver si hay más lesiones. Mira, si te fijas, esto es como la típica ampolla de cuando tú te quemas, ¿vale? Se queda la piel totalmente despegada y fíjate que se ha quemado hasta el hueso. Vamos, aquí se ha quemado tanto que el hueso se ha partido. ¿Vale? Posiblemente, pues lo que os he contado alguna vez. Cuando hay una electrocución se contrae la pata y si el punto de quemadura es muy fuerte, el hueso parte. Vamos a buscar lesiones también en las alas, ¿vale? El clásico normalmente es una extremidad de atrás y una de adelante, y aunque aquí tenemos las dos patas quemadas, vamos a buscar si hay alguna alteración en el plumaje. A ver si encuentras eso entre las plumas, si encuentras ampollas, edemas, líquido.
Bueno, pues con todo lo que hemos hecho hasta ahora, ¿cuál es tu opinión?
Con las lesiones que hemos visto después de hacer la necropsia completa, podemos concluir que este animal ha muerto electrocutado.
Bueno, ya estaba claro que estaba electrocutado, aparece debajo del tendido. A partir de ahora, Eduardo, ¿cuáles son los pasos que tenemos que seguir con este animal electrocutado?
Pues al ser una muerte de una especie protegida, que además es la máxima categoría de protección porque el milano real está en peligro de extinción, tenemos que preparar la denuncia para exigir la responsabilidad penal y civil.
Eduardo, desde Grefa estamos modificando muchísimos tendidos, pero la verdad que esta lacra no puede continuar así.
Las ONGs tenemos que trabajar con Fiscalía, con agentes forestales para de una vez por todas terminar esto.
La solución de este problema comienza con el diseño de nuevos tipos de tendidos eléctricos, que cuenten con apoyos y aisladores más seguros. Estos prototipos se ensayan entonces sin peligro en recintos cerrados con rapaces cautivas que muestran a los investigadores sus preferencias a la hora de posarse en estas estructuras. Cada año mueren electrocutadas en España más de 30.000 rapaces. Cuando el ave se posa en un tendido y toca con sus alas dos cables, o un cable y la torreta metálica conectada a tierra, se produce una diferencia de potencial y la electricidad atraviesa su cuerpo. La descarga provoca paro cardíaco, paro respiratorio, contracción muscular, quemaduras. La muerte suele ser segura e instantánea. En otras ocasiones, el accidente sobreviene por el choque con los cables suspendidos entre dos torres. La única forma de evitar todo esto es instalar vainas y preformados aislantes, espirales y disuasores anticolisión. Con el proyecto AQUILA Alive ya se han corregido así varios miles de apoyos eléctricos en la Comunidad de Madrid y otras áreas del centro peninsular, Andalucía, Navarra, Álava, Mallorca y Cerdeña.
Al menos un consuelo sí nos queda, y es que realmente se ve que lo que se está haciendo está dando resultado. No hay más que ver que en Madrid prácticamente la Bonelli había desaparecido, quedaban dos parejas, y no recuerdo mal, si no me corriges.
Sí.
Y actualmente...
Quedaba una, de hecho.
Una, fíjate, yo creía que eran dos. Y hoy en día contamos ya con 5 o 6 parejas, y en gran medida gracias a todas estas correcciones y a todos estos arreglos que se han hecho en líneas eléctricas.
Sí, efectivamente. Gracias a las correcciones que se han hecho puntualmente en las zonas críticas, en donde se formaban las parejas que hemos ido reintroduciendo en los diversos programas, se ha conseguido que muchas de ellas terminaran criando y que no se electrocutaran, que es el objetivo principal, ¿no?
Ahora, una parte fundamental también es luego contarlo y divulgarlo y darlo a conocer al público en general, ¿no?
Sí, bueno, evidentemente si no hay una divulgación de lo que estamos haciendo, si no lo damos a conocer, muchas veces no vale para mucho, porque luego el personal no reclama este tipo de acciones. Bueno, para ello, y entroncando directamente con el libro blanco, con los cursos que hemos hecho, hemos sacado un cuento que explica muy bien todos los problemas que tiene el águila de Bonelli y otras águilas también, pero principalmente el águila de Bonelli o águila paricera, y toca con una cierta profundidad los problemas que tiene con los tendidos eléctricos, la colisión, la electrocución y bueno, incluso la parte del cuento también da soluciones de las que creemos que pueden solucionar este problema. Y creo que además de una forma muy amena. Esto yo creo que tienen siempre una influencia muy grande sobre el público y por lo tanto sobre el beneficio del águila pericera.
Bueno, pues eso, le vamos a hacer una foto térmica de las dos alas, ¿vale? Y así vemos, sí, vamos a ver cómo evoluciona, ¿no? Pues vamos a ver qué tal. Vale. Bueno, pues está bastante mejor, la verdad. Tiene más temperatura, toda la parte blanca es lo que está más caliente, la parte roja después y luego la parte amarilla, verdosa y el azul sobre todo, digamos, es lo que está más frío. Entonces sí que es cierto que la punta del carpo está como en colores amarillos, verdosos, porque sí que está un poquito frío por culpa del edema, por culpa de la electrocución, pero bueno, pero el resto sí que tiene buena temperatura. Bueno, ves aquí todavía tiene bastante edema, es un edema que sí que es verdad que es frío y bueno, aquí todavía no tiene sensibilidad, que es lo que nos preocupa para ver la evolución, pero bueno. No responde, ¿no? No responde mucho a estímulos, es verdad que tampoco le quiero apretar mucho por el edema. Aquí sí que tiene sensibilidad, pero justo digamos en la última falange es lo que, bueno, habrá que ver. Así que le vamos a poner láser terapia que nos va a ayudar a intentar que recupere la sensibilidad y a que también absorba el edema. Además, es muy buen tratamiento para la inflamación y para el dolor, o sea que genial. Ahora se lo ponemos. Va, chiquitito. Para que esté tranquilo y se vea mejor las alas. Ya está. Bueno, con esto yo creo que mejorará. A ver si conseguimos eso, que disminuya el edema, que estimula la circulación, entonces eso va a mejorar mucho eso, la regeneración también de tejido nuevo, del tejido que se haya necrosado, acelera todos los procesos, es lo bueno que tiene.
Hay aves afortunadas que logran salir vivas de la trampa de un tendido eléctrico y tienen una segunda oportunidad en el Hospital de Fauna Salvaje de Grefa. AQUILA LIFE ha marcado un antes y un después en paliar las numerosas muertes de aves por electrocución que se producen cada año en España e Italia, los países donde este proyecto ha actuado. Se ha creado una dinámica de trabajo colaborativo entre ONGs, compañías eléctricas y comunidades autónomas que está dando espectaculares resultados. Cada vez hay más tendidos eléctricos debidamente aislados y más aves que se posan en ellos sin peligro. Pero el problema está aún lejos de resolverse. Esta atención y unión conseguidas debe mantenerse e incrementarse en el futuro. con la contribución del programa LIFE de la Unión Europea.
¿Puedo hablar?
Can you hear me? That's so impressive. Thank you and congratulations, Paco. Well, you've just seen that fantastic piece of work. I'm sorry about the quality of the image. I've just been told that the laptop couldn't process the image file properly. Our apologies, Paco. Our apologies to all of you. You can find the video on YouTube, on Grefa's YouTube, in high definition. I think what we have just seen is a clear reflection of the amazing work by our friend. Thank you so much, José Antonio, for that clarification. Let us now move on to another session. One of the most important ones. When we got together and we started working on assembling the agenda, we thought that it would be absolutely essential to hear the voice of all of our partners, all those people we have been working with in the last 5 years. We wanted to give them this space so they could tell us about their own experience working within AQUILA A-Life. They will tell us what they have been doing. They will explain everything, how everyone has changed in the last 5 years. Noemi Rueda is the first speaker. She's a representative from the Ministry for Ecological Transition, an essential stakeholder. The ministry is mentioned throughout the white paper, and here we have a representative from that ministry. She will tell us how they have been involved. Thank you very much, Noemi, for your presence here today. Thank you for counting on the ministry. Thank you very much for your invitation. First of all, let me say congratulations for your work, for your achievements. Congratulations for your involvement, personal and professional. It is so important that so many people are working in the same direction because you're achieving excellent results. The presentation is quite short. This is my email address. If anyone has doubts or would like to have additional details, please feel free to come forward and get in touch. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions. I'm usually told that I speak very fast. If I do that again, please let me know. Regarding actions carried out by the ministry in recent years, and talking on behalf of the department I represent, I'd like to say that there are two main actions. One has to do with research, development and innovation, and the other one with retrofitting existing power lines.
I think we also have the public company Imeco. There are other colleagues here with me. If you want to get to know a bit more deeply what we are doing, they can tell you what our projects, current projects, and they are more in charge of R+D. Right now, we are doing a trial of the perching sites of the birds with these end strings, You can also check the website of Miteco. I will give you the link later on because there is a lot of information about this. And in this project, we want to see whether ultraviolet light may cause birds to have, are more prone, let's say, to get perched. We're going to check whether it is possible or if the insulators are painted in ultraviolet, whether they would stop getting perched on those lines. We started last month of August with these trials and also with the support of other entities like the Center of Recovery of the Fauna of Castilla and La Mancha. So I want to take advantage of this opportunity to thank very much the help provided by NGOs and autonomous communities. Furthermore, our colleagues are traveling Spain to check on the retrofittings already done since we started with the European funds up to now, and also checking the power lines that had not been subject to retrofitting to check the efficacy of those retrofittings and also the investments allocated for those retrofittings. I always talk about retrofittings according to the royal decree, as opposed to retrofittings of just insulation activities. So we are analyzing cost efficiency ratio of those retrofittings, structural retrofittings versus the other retrofittings. And in recent years, once we are analyzing the efficacy of the royal decree from 2008 to date, the benefit of this royal decree is that in the protection areas, the new power lines have been assembled according to legislation, so abiding by law in terms of safety for birds. But a royal decree, we have identified other parts that are not very good. For example, the part of the collision. Electrocution is compulsory, but with regard to collision, we have seen that it is valued. So we have limited or signaled 3 power lines, one of the Confederación del Duero, another one in the Tagus area, and Romedarilla in the province of Cáceres. That is ownership of the autonomous entity of national parks. They also collaborated with us as owners of power lines in terms of retrofitting and analysis.
Hemos instalado diferentes tipos.
Those power lines, we have used different kind of signaling devices, and we are trying to study which one is better to avoid collision. We are also working on the update of mortality data to obtain estimation of the problem. Before, someone asked via YouTube whether power companies sent the data, and as representative of the ministry, I can tell you that I receive every term information by the power companies, sent by the power companies, and we have included the information sent so that all the data we have are more reliable. And in fact, the work I have asked them to do to improve that information, not only to include info on the species, the day it was found, or the location of coordinates, but also the characteristics of all the supports, the perching devices, the technical characteristics, so that we can have information that is valuable. And with all this information, we can assess mortality rate.
Vamos recibiendo de muchos de diferentes.
In many situations, the data have many deficiencies, are run, so to speak. Before, other colleagues mentioned the same. We need that all the data recorded are reliable and accurate. And we also need data on supports, because up to now, some of the data did not have any spatial reference, or they were not dated, or the cadaver was outside the support area. So all of us need to have a common protocol on data gathering, so that we have all the data plus the technical characteristics of the power line.
Eso es lo que estamos haciendo ahora. Estamos más en este momento en tema de...
Right now we're working on R plus D plus I, and with the MECO team, what we are doing, well, rather correction with speaker, with the environmental departments of the different autonomous communities, we are working with them to try to retrofit their power lines. So the Royal Decree involves all parties, all stakeholders. The owner or the person who has a power line has also complied with the Royal Decree. And to do so, a lot of money is being allocated. Up to 2014, with European funds, MITECO did retrofitting in different areas, in different autonomous communities.
Convenios que hemos tenido con administraciones públicas en los cuales hemos corregido.
Here you have all the conventions and agreements for retrofitting. Right now we are working in the province of Valladolid, Salamanca, Valencia, and Jaén. Yesterday we received the works from Cáceres, and next week from Córdoba. And furthermore, the money is transferred to the autonomous communities, because you know that according to the Royal Decree, the ministry, the state ministry, the central ministry, has to manage all the allocation of the money to the autonomous communities. On this slide, you can have a look at the legislation framework in Spain. The Royal Decree is the basic law, that is the minimum law you have to comply with. But the other autonomous communities can also legislate, so they can also promote other actions apart from that one. So up to date, all autonomous communities apart from Murcia, the legislation is prior to 2008. So we really have to work on the update of these norms. And as for the Recovery, Transformation and Resilience Plan, last year in 2021, 60 million euros were allocated to the different autonomous communities. Different environmental factors were taken into account for the allocation of this money. You can see all the aspects here on the slide: the risk of electrocution, the protection areas, the mortality rate, and the number of supports notified. And then depending on these factors or these criteria, then they got more or less money. The 60 million of euros will be used for the retrofitting of those power lines that are identified as dangerous or very dangerous. Here is a table of all autonomous communities and the money allocated. The main target is that these 60 million correct at least or retrofit 20,000 supports. We think that each support will cost 3,000 euros. And not only the support itself, but also the previous work, the work in situ, the study visit, etc., etc. Up to date. On this website, you can visit it, very interesting, recovery plan. And here you can see the different tenders that are funded by that recovery plan. You can find in Castilla-La Mancha, Aragon, Extremadura, and Galicia. They have already launched their own funding for retrofitting of power lines, as well as these autonomous communities. Castilla and León is also working intensively on different publications, some of them very important with relation to the prioritization and characterization of retrofitting. And Rioja also launched another order or norm related to the regulating basis for the retrofitting of power lines. Other actions implemented by MITECO before drafting the Royal Decree 2008 that took a long time, and we had a specific working group with autonomous communities and other stakeholders to draft the current Royal Decree. We are also working, as you know, on the drafting of a new Royal Decree that replaces the previous one with enhancements. And we're setting up or reactivating a working group on power lines to get in contact with all of you, power lines, NGOs. The companies or the manufacturing companies of the different materials and insulating devices. And our main aim is to establish the pillars of the new legislation framework, so that everything that we're talking about, 1 meter, 1.5 meters, etc., what we would like is to establish some minimum requirements, minimum provisions on the basis of some scientific information, so that everybody is moving towards the same objective. That also to be able to establish priorities in those areas where we have to act. Our mission is to continue with this close collaboration with other public administrations, NGOs, and private companies to find the most appropriate solutions to avoid electrocution and collision. Just please allow me 1 minute because Victor is here with me. This is the website of MITECO. Here you have information with all the activities that we are implementing, and there is a nice document there on the species, so that when you go and do the study visit and you find bones, and sometimes you only find bones, and it is difficult to identify what those bones are or who they belong to. And you have there a document that allows you to distinguish the species, to find out the species related to those bones. I think you cannot enter. The Wi-Fi is not working very fast. Too many people connected in the room. It is very interesting because right now you can see the models, 3D models. Victor can explain better. Juanpa, maybe you can. Well, there is no internet. That is not the website. Yeah, but from here, you can go to the link. We have drafted information that is available to everybody in 3D, 3-dimensional. So you have great information there, very useful. You will see the bone. You can see how it moves, the details and specificities, measurements of those bones. We are giving courses. More than 1,300 participants have attended our courses, mostly people belonging to the environmental department, but also universities, SEPRONA, and that information is available if you may need it. Okay, if you go to the general website, there is a part on general documentation and another one on technical information. You go to technical information. Yeah, if you go down, please.
Documentación técnica, por favor. Identificación de restos óseos. Aquí.
Bone remains. You scroll down, please. Here you have the guide. And this is the Excel table where you can enter data. And if you link any of these, you have here the bone remains in 3D models. And it is great because then you can identify the bones that you can see during your study visit.
Impresionante.
Impressive, amazing. Let's have a look at the skulls. Yeah, that one of the jaw, we did not have it. Let's go to a skull. What happens when I find a bone? Well, with that, you can enter the group of praise that is compatible, and then with those measurements, then you can compare to what you have found in situ. Thank you very much. Thank you.
No me quiero caer.
Cuidado.
Para no caerme.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Ahora me comentaban aquí qué cantidad de información hay.
Someone was mentioning, my God, so much information there we did not know about. And thanks to these kind of events, we share a lot of new information. Great. Amazing.
Por parte de Red Eléctrica.
Now, the presentation by Red Eléctrica. With Red Eléctrica, we have been working since the previous Bonelli project, 2013. Red Eléctrica has been supporting the project like Bonelli in Mallorca, co-funding the project, and has also continued collaborating with the Foundation Natura Parc in the project in Menorca, in the framework of AQUILA LIFE. There is no such a danger in terms of electrocution, but yes, in terms of collision. And the work Red Eléctrica is doing to be always available and ready to help, and always when we call them, they are there, is very important. It's one of the main collaborators and closer collaborators of the project. Marta Garcia is here with us from Red Eléctrica. Happy to have her here. She is responsible for environmental issues and retrofittings in the whole of Spain, although she lives in Mallorca, a beautiful place to live in. They have organized meetings. We have organized meetings with them. They are telling us everything they are doing, and we have Marta here. She will tell us everything in person. Thank you, Carlota.
Creo que yo ahora no estoy tocando nada, ¿eh?
Un rato que se mueve de Cristo.
Vale, perfecto. Bueno, ya Carlota me ha presentado. Sí que llevamos.
Carlota has introduced me. We have been all morning talking about electrocution. Our main problem is the collision. I don't have much time, so I will just introduce briefly the interaction between power lines and our BirdLife. Legislation framework, some actions related to preservation, and the signaling plan. We think there are negative interactions, but we have also identified positive ones. In terms of negative ones are collision and the disturbance we may generate or cause. And positive ones, well, nesting of Egyptian vulture and other species that, and also positive ones because they use them as perching areas and also sleeping areas. Risk factors identified in terms of collision, low visibility, features of the habitat, bird morphology, its behavior. As for the species, we have identified, then you have them all listed here.
Llerena, en vertedero, cigüeña, buitre, en la parte de riego medio, en zonas de cultivo tenemos igualmente abutardas y sisones, en las montañas.
And these are the risks of collision and different species in the dehesa, in the dumping sites, and the average or mid-risk of collision in terms of harvesting in the mountains, in the low mountains. Here you can see the difference of thickness between the conducting wire and the earth wire. So the problem is in the earth wire. Preventive measures in these cases, we have a project called Birds and Power Lines, mapping of the flight pathways or corridors, and with this project we identify the flying routes of those species that are more prone to collision, and as well as introducing and other variables. The results is sensitivity and risk maps. Thanks to these maps, when we wish to define a new project and when doing the analysis of areas of interest, we avoid passing through that area because there is a high risk.
Some of the measures we have adopted for correction and retrofitting include signaling of the earthing wire with bird-saving devices. That includes spirals, blades, and neoprene. Each type of bird-saving device requires a different type of assembly with different features, as you can imagine. If there is a grounding cable, there's one cable installed every 5 meters. If there are 2 grounding cables, they're installed every other 10 meters. In very complicated situations, a helicopter would be needed for the assembly. In blade-type bird-saving devices, the assembly is semi-automated. If there is 1 grounding cable, it is installed every 7 meters. If there are 2 grounding cables, they're installed every 14 meters. With the semi-automated machine, the problem is that there must be a person underneath pulling the cart that will allow the machine to distribute those blades throughout the wires. And the last example of devices is the neoprene tape for roads or railway lines with manual or semi-automated installation using machine with one grounding cable that will be installed every 10 meters, with 2 every 20. I'll skip some of these or mention them very briefly. These are different species with nests on power lines. That was the chick that bred in Extremadura for the Egyptian vulture. We have many different pictures of birds perching on those supports. As regards regulations, Noemi mentioned that already. This is Royal Decree 1432 from 2008 in August and Royal Decree 542 from 2020. With the final Royal Decree, we are subject to a number of new things. Every time we find a new body or we get a report, we must generate a report ourselves with details about the cause of the accident and location, and we must include that report in the action plan. We have a deadline of 3 months to do that. An important thing about this Royal Decree This amended a technical specification 11D05 from the Ministry of Industry when reviewing power lines. Faults or defects must be included in accordance with Royal Decree 1432 from 2008. So we would like to prevent reporting on abnormalities because the time needed to correct and do the retrofitting depends on the type of report you generate. We have identified those power lines where there could be anomalies, and we have retrofitted all power lines accordingly. Actions in conservation, as Carlota was explaining herself, we've been working on this since 2009. Here we have different actions. There is the reintroduction and radio tracking of Bonelli's eagle in Mallorca. That's Borja and myself. And then we have the signaling plan for the protection of BirdLife. There are three main elements to this. First, we have voluntary agreements that we reach with the different regions in the country. Before we get a report, we prefer the regional government to identify those areas that pose the biggest dangers, to include that in the signaling plan. Another important element is 50 kilometers of critical areas that are identified every year because of our commitment plan towards the 2030 agenda. Remember the project flight corridors I mentioned earlier? Every year we take 50 kilometers of those flight corridors and retrofit the corresponding power lines. And the final element is all the notifications we get because of collisions. We have a flow chart. As soon as we get a notification, a protocol is activated. This is about having a phone number to call in case there is something, so that there is immediate communication. This is a chart showing the evolution with time of signaling throughout Spain. And this is the current situation with the amount of kilometers that have been subject to this signaling plan. At level 5, we're talking about critical hotspots. We have identified 37% of all points, of all locations. This is increasing every year by 50 kilometers, the ones I mentioned before. And this year, we will be making an investment of almost 900,000 euros. That means signaling some 214 kilometers, together with the 50 kilometers that we cover every year with a corresponding investment of 200,000 euros. That's it from me. Thank you.
Clavao, lo has clavao.
That was spot on regarding time. Thank you so much, Marta. Marta, you need to go to the booth at the back of the room. So we'll now move on to another presentation from one of our partners. The thing is, it's so interesting how we got in touch with the engineers to start with. This came to my mind. I just decided to call the switchboard at COGITI, the official Confederation of Industrial Engineers in Spain, talking to the secretary, and I just asked them, would you like to collaborate with us? It was August, and in September, we were there signing the agreement. Finally, Grefa signed a covenant with COGITI. We have Ángel Fernández here today. It's a pleasure to have you here today. We've done quite a few things, and there's many more things to come. Okay, let me take the opportunity to give you some news. José María Guerrero Núñez, the forestry agent from Extremadura in Spain, has asked us to remind everyone attending the event that you shouldn't ever touch electrocuted birds. You should call 112 right away so that a forestry agent comes along. It is important never to touch a dead body that may have been electrocuted. And then let me remind you that the presentations from yesterday have already been uploaded into the corresponding channels in both Spanish and English, and the same will happen with the presentations today. We will be able to watch the videos as many times as we like. Well, first of all, I'd like to say thank you to Grefa for giving us the opportunity to participate in this project, and let me say congratulations for everything you have achieved. For those of you who doesn't know about COGITI, we are the Confederation of Official Schools of Industrial Engineers. We were constituted in 1976. There are 49 delegations throughout the Spanish mainland, with more than 75,000 engineers from different specialties. With a scope that fits quite neatly into Grefa's scope in many different senses. We are an institutional representative, nationally and internationally, for industrial engineers. Our main goal is to withhold the rights and interests of our members whilst disseminating information for the general public. We understand that there is a number of strategic elements in everything to do with the protection of bird life. We have issued a certification program for the verification of power lines. We have delivered training and awareness campaigns, and we have applied monitoring for compliance with regulations coming from government. For those of you who have never heard about this, there is a recommendation coming from the certification of power lines from ENAC. This is the certification authority in Spain, which has accredited COGITI as the only institution in Spain to grant these certificates. All power lines must be inspected on a regular basis after coming on stream. We have been accredited for transformation substations. If you're interested in getting additional details, I will be more than happy to answer later.
Personas. Básicamente lo que ya hemos comentado aquí o lo que se lleva hablando toda la mañana, el 223.
We have a number of royal decrees, Royal Decree 223, 1432 for the protection of bird life, Royal Decree 337 and several older ones. As a conclusion,
todas las líneas deben ser objeto de verificación.
All power lines, as I said earlier, must be subject to verification before coming online. COGITI, as I said, is the only institution accredited in Spain to accredit people. The second strategic element has to do with training and awareness campaigns for professionals and landowners. That's the space where we signed the agreement with Grefa, as Carlota was pointing out. This was signed in 2018. The agreement includes a number of joint actions for training and awareness. It also includes the dissemination of information about environmental values and the promotion of work for the protection of the environment. This was covered by different media. The agreement was covered. which is an excellent way to add visibility to this problem. And within the scope of AQUILA A-Life, we partnered with Grefa through a training action. Measures for the protection of BirdLife against collision and electrocution with high voltage power lines. In accordance with Royal Decree 1432, we're talking about engineers with preliminary training in this topic. So this is an advanced module. And in general terms, we trained 100 students, 93% of them passed, 42% of them were power line validators or evaluators. 88% of them worked in the field of power lines in general. Some of them were project designers. The main conclusions: 83% of them acknowledged that they had improved in their knowledge and they felt properly qualified. And 72% believed they could make a positive contribution to the conservation of the environment. We did something else. We did a similar project through Emplea Verde, also from the Ministry for Ecological Transition and the Biodiversity Foundation, with a very similar course, 30-hour long, very similar to the one delivered through AQUILA Life, with the second module, together with Grefa, for advice and support on specific lines of training. The health crisis came along at that time, so we had to adapt this and do it online through webinars. There was Justo there. The truth is it was a big success. 239 new engineers were trained in this subject. On the third strategic element, very quickly and very briefly, has to do with all the actions related to enforcement of regulations. We believe that this is one of the biggest gaps we have found. Let me just tell you about something that was mentioned earlier, either today or yesterday. This is the Supreme Court ruling number 1215 from 2021. The protection of BirdLife in high voltage power lines is considered to be an industrial safety matter. This is a very important change because it is expected that this ruling from the Supreme Court of Spain will have important effects on the design of new power lines. Nothing else from me. These are my contact details. If you need anything, now or in the future, please go ahead.
Perfecto.
Muchísimas gracias, Ángel. Ha sido un placer.
Thank you very much, Ángel. It was a pleasure working with Cogiti. Alicia Sánchez. If you could please come by the booth, you will get the microphone. There's only one of those microphones. You need to copy the presentation onto the laptop. Alicia, you will have a hand microphone. Okay, the next speaker is one of our essential partners, Enel, Endesa, Distribución. There are many names. You can clarify that later. We've been working with Endesa and GESA in the Balearic Islands for quite some time. And within the scope of AQUILA Life, obviously, we invited Endesa to join us. They've been present in all workshops. It's been an essential partner, as I say. Antonio Casasola, together with Alicia Sánchez, will be in charge of this presentation as soon as their presentation is ready. First of all, I would like to say thank you to Grefa for their invitation. We haven't been official partners to Bonelli or AQUILA's LIFE, although we have been engaged, we have been involved. We have been collaborating with the opening sessions, so it is a great pleasure for us to be here today. I wanted to take the opportunity to explain about what Carlotta mentioned. The Endesa Group has a parent company in Italy. It is the Enel Group. Just to clarify who Antonio and myself are, Enel is a multinational parent company. The Endesa Group is the company in Spain and Portugal for everything to do with electricity, generation, distribution, and marketing. Antonio Casasola works at the Department of the Environment for the Endesa Group for the coordination of environmental activities throughout Spain. And my responsibilities fall within the scope of the distribution of electricity in Spain by Endesa. Our colleagues are involved in a large number of projects on wildlife and BirdLife and biodiversity. I'll tell you a little bit about Bonelli at the end. First of all, let me say thank you for the invitation. I would like to congratulate you on the project and on the conference. As Alicia said, we're part of a parent company called Enel. Within Enel, we have different business areas. I belong to the corporate area for the environment on biodiversity, and Alicia focuses on distribution. It's 10 minutes only, so we'll tell you about what we do in terms of biodiversity. Alicia will tell you about some more specific actions related to the scope of the AQUILA's LIFE project. I always show this picture on my presentations. This is a picture I've used for a photograph I had in my office for 10 years. Everyone working at Endesa are closely related to nature. This is what I have been seeing at my office, not in prison, at my office. Within Endesa, we just want to give you a brief summary of what we do in terms of biodiversity as an electricity company such as ours. The first environmental policy was published by Endesa back in 1998. At that time, it was already considered as a cornerstone of our strategy. The first strategy on biodiversity focused on preserving that biodiversity as part of the action plan of the company, and all of that led to the approval of the first ever policy approved by the board of directors. That's the track record of Endesa in terms of biodiversity. Very quickly, in terms of actions, we have a plan for conservation of nature, including projects that go beyond our call of duty. We do compulsory things, whatever we are obliged to do, of course, but we go beyond those obligations, those regulated duties. There is a number of features that must be present in all the projects we're involved in, and we do it throughout the Spanish mainland and Portugal. You see that there are projects everywhere, basically. There is a committee focused on biodiversity set up in 2019-2020. There are representatives from all business lines, generation, distribution, sustainability, etc., etc. Members of all those departments are present, and they share their experiences and their approaches. As was mentioned earlier, Initiatives are launched, for example, for the bearded vulture, always doing whatever is at hand to make a positive contribution. The committee holds regular meetings with lots of people throughout Endesa involved. Our conservation plan for biodiversity at Endesa goes beyond our legal obligations. In 2021, we developed a total of 29 projects. Out of those, this is a breakdown number of projects per business line. So we are very close to our colleagues from electricity distribution. This is the historical evolution of the plan. Distribution has always played a very important role because of BirdLife. That's what we're talking about. And in 2021, we have projects in distribution that have to do with BirdLife, and also projects in renewables that have an impact on BirdLife. Our partners in biodiversity projects include many of you here. We have research centers, we have universities, etc. Government at different levels, etc. We're also working on recovering habitats for different species through the Endesa forests, areas that have been damaged by forest fires in different parts of the country. We are collaborating. Here we have 4 of those forests. We have La Atalaya in Madrid, Doñana in southern Spain, Teruel. We're also working in the Balearics and in the Pyrenees. Regarding BirdLife, this is a very brief summary. Half of those 29 projects, in fact more than half, 15 projects out of those 29 have to do with BirdLife. We have a project with this species, Corius shearwater. We're also working on lesser kestrels throughout different parts of the country. This is in Aragon, also in Malaga. We're also working on recovery with recovery centers, wildlife recovery centers throughout Spain. We have partnered with wildlife centers in Catalonia, and we support them with laser equipment to improve the methodology of reintroduction of different species. This is a recovery action taking place at the Wildlife Center in the province of Lérida in Catalonia. We've also developed different models for generic protection of BirdLife. We've been doing some tests to avoid birds from perching. We've also been involved in a project for the reintroduction of ospreys in the Bay of Cadiz in southern Spain. We also got involved in a project regarding the recovery of red kites in Aragon. Also worked on additional feeding sites in Catalonia, in the Catalonian Pyrenees, with black vultures. In the river Tagus as well, between the regions of Extremadura in Spain and Portugal, we've been working with Amos on the reintroduction of black vultures. We have also been involved in a project regarding rollers, also on the protection of Cape Cayley in the Pyrenees. We've been using drones to avoid the use, to prevent the use of platforms or automated machinery. We've been working with owls as well to study mortality in Catalonia as well. We have monitored 17 specimens Out of those 17 specimens monitored, 5 have died. 4 of those because of reasons not related to power lines, because of poisoning. We've also been working within the scope of AQUILA LIFE on red kites. Bearded vultures, that was mentioned by our colleague, Carlos. We've been unfortunate enough to have seen the first specimen being released dying because of electrocution in one of our power lines. We've been doing some research on ecosystems under the power lines. And as I was saying, Alicia will now have the floor to tell us about recovery and protection actions for the power lines in the island of Mallorca.
Yes, I think I have 35 seconds left for all that, but I'll do my best. Okay, so Bonelli Seagull has gathered us here, so we also want to talk as a way of conclusion about the Bonelli Seagull, because the actions were not included in this program, and we have focused on Mallorca because of the reintroduction of the species that was almost extinct. Carlota mentioned that luckily enough it was reintroduced successfully. There are many pairs. Mortality rate has been reduced thanks to the different actions on retrofitting of power lines. When we rescue information on the Balearic Isles, we have to go so much behind that we had figures in pesetas, our old currency in Spain. I wanted to highlight the specific activity of Balearic Isles because of the natural landscape we have there. Since 2004, we already have a collaboration agreement with the Regional Ministry for the Environment to coordinate these actions, and it has been mentioned here in the forum. We think this is the most useful and efficient channel of communication between all stakeholders, so that independently of the funding issues that are kind of stagnated or halted, we have to ensure that from the point of view of owner of the grid, we act on those places where we have identified it is more necessary or more dangerous, always giving priority to endangered species. That's why this collaboration also focuses on Bonelli's eagle with the help of our all colleagues, forestry officers, all the different entities and stakeholders in the autonomous communities. They have their own communication channel with the autonomous communities and with ourselves. There was just a note here to mention that with regard to Bonelli's life, they are not the only lives we have participated in, because now, as we were mentioning, we are working on the lammergeier and also with another species typical from the Canary Islands that in Italy is almost extincted, and in Canary Islands we are trying to reintroduce it. Our participation in these activities of Life Bonelli's Eagle, it has not been as own stakeholder. We have acted in a way of collaboration, not a full member of the project. We have collaborated with Grefa, that's what I wanted to say. We have to focus, we have to target, and we have to allocate the funds so that the actions are efficient. Thanks to JR for mentioning the agreement with Andalusia, because that is one of the last ones, because that Balearic Isles goes back to 2004. Well, but we are using the COP25 to, well, disseminate it in the media. That is all from us. Thank you very much. We continue here collaborating with Grefa. We have other action lines also with you that are more focused on the awareness raising of the Endesa's staff. You do not have to be a technician to find out about the mortality rate of the birds. So we are launching information campaigns. We are also going to organize volunteer campaigns here in Grefa, so we are here for you for whatever thing you may need. Thank you very much.
Fenomenal, siempre es un placer oír.
It's great. It's always a pleasure to listen to you. Thank you so much. Many years collaborating, close collaboration, and we have to continue doing so in the future. Let's now move on to a presentation of another collaborator, also a key collaborator, that is the Prosecutor's Office for the Environment. The General Attorney Jorge Morayel will connect online. He is in charge of power lines. He will tell us a little bit about the work and the actions implemented by the Prosecutor's Office of the state, of the Spanish government, in terms of power lines. Jorge, it is a pleasure to have you here. We see you very well. Everybody sees you. I don't know whether you can see here a Word document that I have uploaded. Yes, we can see it very well. Thank you very much, because somehow, well, I am just an attorney in Teruel. I also cover other topics, crimes, gender violence, etc., etc. But in the framework or under the umbrella of the prosecutor's office, there are other prosecutor's offices, and one of them, other departments that are responsibility of the prosecutor's office is environment. This one acts as a coordinator. Our profession is has a very strict hierarchy. We have a chief that is provincial, then autonomous community chief, then one on the level of a state, that is Antonio Archel, who gives us the guidelines, instructions. And of the important things, once a year we try to gather all together at least one attorney per autonomous community. For example, in Teruel we are very few, so usually I am in charge of very different specialities. So we meet at least once a year. This year we met in Teruel in January. In 21 we could not have the meeting because of the pandemic. Well, and the problem of collision, electrocution, and mortality rate is a problem that has reached our department very recently. Only 10 years ago we got the first claims or reports. In the year 22, it was covered, not this topic. We have to establish certain criteria, of course, and they are proposed to the State Prosecutor's Office, the one of the 22. This legislation or this norm has not been passed by the General or the State Prosecutor's Office. You know that there has been a change, and therefore there has been a delay, but the topic has been covered or addressed. It was, in fact, the first round table covering this topic, and then in 2017 and 2019 there was another debate on this with certain conclusions. In the text you will read some sentences on this topic. Unfortunately, interpreters mention and inform that we do not have a copy of this document and we have not read it before. So this has to do with industrial safety, but also having an impact on the environment, and those electrotechnic measures will be essential to see whether or not they are compulsory to regard something as a crime. One of the main roles of the prosecutor's office is to take to the courts those people who are responsible for a criminal act, but I think that there is a big way to discover in terms of the defense of the environment and administrative tasks. Here you can read that there have been many changes regarding hazards to biodiversity and also forestry fires. Well, inside the attorney's office, I have many colleagues who see this as an accident. Okay, there is nothing you can do. A collision, oh my God, what a pity, but that's it. And they had not, or many people had not interiorized that this could be a crime. It is like if you have a car and you do not maintain the car properly and you run over someone and you kill someone, nobody doubts that that is due to the lack of maintenance of the car and you are a criminal. However, in these cases, some people still do not acknowledge that this is not an accident. It is the result of some actions or lack of actions in terms of retrofitting, maintenance, etc., etc. What we have seen so far on the basis of the information disseminated and the different cases handled, and some cases that go to the courts, most of the power lines belong to major big power companies, and when there is a specific case and sometimes reaches the news, well, then everybody starts to talk about this, but only when that reaches the news, no? We also try to provide support in the minor cases, no? But what is true is that what is being done is that many times even the administration, no, the owners of power lines, is that they say that they are going to gradually do the retrofitting once they have the funding for the retrofitting. Many of you there in the room know about the deficiencies of the royal decree, because some of the statements in the royal decree could even go against the law. So those conventions and agreements we reach to fund or finance jointly, the administration and the company, the retrofitting of the power lines, taking into account this royal decree to the 2017, well, the conventions and agreements will never can never replace or substitute norms. Of course, you can use them as tools to improve the situation, but you cannot replace a law that is in force because you prefer to just stick to an agreement or a convention. What is true is that already in 2017 and 2019, some conclusions were published by the prosecutor's office, although they do not have any jurisprudence. It is something just that we prosecutors in other autonomous communities have to take into account, but they are not binding, so to speak, legal binding. However, it is true that in 2017, 2019, some recommendations were given, and basically these recommendations consisted of 4 items. In Badajoz in 2019, for example, they included some of these criteria. You know that there has been a lot of controversy with forestry officers, environmental officers, whatever you call it, depending on the autonomous community, the relationship with the General Attorney Office, no? So that's why in Badajoz, I was saying in 2019, they published some criteria to be taken into account to improve this relationship between the attorneys and the other stakeholders. Well, the ideal thing is that you have some photos, that also you write a document to be signed by both parties. Also, you have to check the lines, the location, where it has been assembled. So you need to gather all the information of the power line, also the supports, the number of supports it has, etc., etc., even the UTM coordinates, of course. As I was saying, the location, the specific manufacturing, even if some dead animals have been collected near that power line, for example, as well as other related information. I think that some autonomous communities, for example, Castile and Leon, declare the whole territory instead of specifying one territory as a protection area, no? Well, you have to obviously draft a document to be signed. And who do you send this document, whatever you call this document? Maybe it is a claim, or it is not a formal claim yet, but it's just information or informative document. Well, it was specified the need of sending the original document to the police, and more specifically to the administrative competent department, and also to inform about the potential or rather confirmed electrocution of birds to the companies that are responsible for those towers and power lines. And then a copy of all these documents have to be sent to the prosecutor of the Department of the Environment, paying special attention to all those cases where there is recurrence.
Unidades de policía judicial encargados de la investigación de delito, pero que cuando con motivo de su labor administrativa de control y supervisión de la seguridad del tráfico tienen noticia, por ejemplo, un caso de alcohol.
Imagine, for example, that if you have a case of alcohol consumption, that could be a crime on the roads. It is a potential, but obviously the police, the traffic police, if they catch you and they check and they test and you give positive in the alcohol testing, they do not really have to send us a report, no? They will send the report straight away to the court or the judges. There are different channels, so how to convey messages, how to transfer information, etc., is different depending on the autonomous communities.
Sí.
Jorge, tendríamos un par de minutos.
Jorge, you have a couple of minutes left, max, because we are very short of time. Yeah, what are the articles of the criminal code that are involved in this matter? We think it's 326B. It is an article on risk. That is, that the power line may be risky for the environment and for the people or the life or even the bird life. We also have the Article 330 related to the severe hazard, to one of the elements that have been used to qualify a natural space as protected. And then we have Article 334 related to the destruction of protected species of wild fauna. Nowadays, we think that some of the different criminal profiles involved could enter a kind of a norm competition, no? Because we have different norms, different standards, etc., and there are different qualifications for each of these documents. You can also request a compliance panel, that is a kind of protocol, so that within the same entity other crimes are happen, no? In this case, environmental crimes. And we can also have other profile of crimes, no? For example, against the environment or forest fire, no? So depending on the profile, you will have to present or file a claim to one or another entity. There are some of these crimes that also allows through the Article 11 of the Criminal Code, CP that you see there, the fact of filing a claim. The Supreme Court even dictated a sentence in the year 2021, sentence of the 7th of October that is jurisprudence. No? And I'd like to convey, as a way of conclusion, that some of the crimes by omission always comes hand in hand with the duty of acting. That is, I am obliged to adopt the necessary measures so that these things do not happen. As the Royal Decree of 2008 came into force in September 2008, in the future, it does oblige this compulsory compliance, but in the past, no. Another thing is that what I include here as a comment. Sometimes the power companies need funding for the project, but sometimes it is not necessary per se to implement a project, that is to change the vault. You do not need a huge project or huge funding. And then we need to take, therefore, into account all these articles of the Criminal Code, Article 11, Article 326 bis, also the law in terms of environmental responsibility. And then we have the translation of all these administrative constructs to the criminal world, to the criminal field. In terms of cases, just mentioned that we only have one sentence, firm sentence in Spain, in the court here, number 3 of Madrid, and you, well, can read all this information online with all the administrative paperwork. We have a case that had not been closed yet in Huesca. There is a claim against one of the companies represented in Tarragona and in Teruel. Someone has mentioned something about the Lammergeier or birded vulture. Well, some people talk a lot about the risk of air generators in terms of collision. No? Above all, in terms of the Lagermeyer, maybe some of the retrofittings are done, well, not very accurately or an insufficient manner, and then later on the result is even worse. And just to finish, and as a way of conclusion, I'd like to leave clear or to share with you my own opinion. We have to promote and strengthen the capacity and the competence of the State's Prosecutor's Office to legislate. But sometimes some people may think that we have legitimacy to act or even to initiate some of the claims and all that according to the legislation in force. I apologize for the inaccuracy of the translation, but this gentleman is speaking really fast, has not provided us with any text or background document, and it is legal vocabulary. So that is all I had to say. I hope I have conveyed the message clearly enough. There are not many cases that you have seen, only one with a firm sentence, and then some other cases in some autonomous communities, but still with a pending sentence. And we will see what happens in the future. let's hope that we do not see many more companies before court in the near future. Thank you very much.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Jorge. It's always a pleasure to listen to you. A comment from the chat is an officer of the Environment Extremadura. He says that we need to get more involved with training and information, that sometimes, unfortunately, we do not have this training and the prosecutor's office is not getting us involved. And it is true that thanks to the work of the prosecutor's office, a lot of the fauna is saved. It has been very interesting to listen to you, to listen to what you are doing. Very important, the network of the environmental entities that you manage. There is not jurisprudence. There are very few sentences, maybe just one or two. It is very important to acknowledge here that many different sectors are hands-on the matter to try to improve the situation. Thank you very much for your work and for all the information shared.
Bueno, vamos a pasar a comer.
We will now stop for lunch. At 3:30, we come back here to the room and we will continue listening to our collaborators. Thank you.
tú vas antes de WWF, la quinta.
Ah, espera. Sí, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
El quinto.
Ahora es Filipa, RDs, ¿vale? Y después...
Hola. Uy, ahora sí. Vamos a ir empezando.
Después hemos dicho Natura.
No, después conectores.
No, porque se tienen que...
Ah, vale. Venga,
los conectores me ha dicho los terceros.
Vale. Bueno, vamos a continuar.
Okay, so we shall resume. This is a very intense agenda, but I think we are enjoying it. An important thing we wanted to say on housekeeping. The Wi-Fi for this room is the one we're using to manage the chat online. So it is collapsing. It is the reception Wi-Fi is not working properly because we cannot cater for the needs of attendees through the chat room. It doesn't have enough bandwidth. We shall now resume the afternoon session with a presentation from Portugal, from the electricity distribution company called iRedes. We have Filipa, who will tell us what they are doing. They're collaborating with the LIFE project there for the protection of Bonelli's eagle. Redes is one of the partners, and we have Filipa with us. Thank you, Filipa.
So, like many other distribution companies, Redes, it's a company that belongs to a big group, EDP Group. I think you probably heard of it. So EDP holds the production, transportation, distribution, and the commercialization of energy. So covers most of the energy value chain. So Redes, it's the main distribution system operator in Portugal. So we cover most of the Portuguese grid. I don't have the... Sorry. Comics, how do I change? To this?
Sí, adelante y atrás.
No. If you can change it over. ¿Puedes cambiar? No, también. Okay, thanks. So has a... It's working. Okay. Okay, so as I was saying, Redes covers most of the Portuguese electric grid. By the end of 2021, we had more than 230,000 kilometers of electric grid, electric distribution grid, which, sorry, okay, okay. 230 230,000 kilometers of electric distribution grid, underground and overhead power lines. So overhead power lines covers most of our grid. They are about 78% of our grid. And 9,000 kilometers of overhead power lines are inside of areas with the nature protection status, which means they are in 5% of our territory. Inside those areas with nature protection status, we have more than 1,000 kilometers of overhead power lines with BirdLife protection, which represents 30% of these areas. You might think it's a small number, but for us it's really relevant, because even if a small part, it's because it's mandatory for us to put BirdLife protection on overhead power lines. There's a big part, which represents 5 million euros, that we do it by ourselves. We do it in a voluntary way. And also we have more than 137 kilometers of overhead power lines with BirdLife protection outside those critical areas. So how we manage this issue, how we address BirdLife protection in the distribution grid. We have 3 entities involved in this issue. Even if we are talking about new overhead power lines or old overhead power lines. In new overhead power lines, we must apply some BirdLife protection measures inside those areas that I talked about before, areas with nature protection status. But we can consult NGOs and the national authority, which we call the Governmental Nature Conservation Institute, to advise the company before we install new power lines. For the old power lines, we also address the issues regarding those power lines with these entities. So we have biology experts on NGOs, and we have biology experts on the national authority, and in Redes we have some engineers and electrotechnical technicians that are also experts. So regarding old power lines, our assignment is to correct overline power heads. The national authority monitor and support decision-making process, and NGOs prospect new power lines that might be danger for BirdLife protection and monitor those power lines. They evaluate the effectiveness and the lifespan of the solutions we applied. So we have a name for this technical commission. We call it CTLEA. And for you, I can tell you that it's like a technical commission for assessment power lines and birds. This commission has been very useful for us and also for BirdLife protection over the last approximately 20 years. You can see here the highlights of our partnership. So we began with the BirdLife protocol in 2002-2003. And now we are on the 9th edition of the BirdLife protocol. And we also, over the last 20 years, had some participating in projects from Interreg and the LIFE program. At the moment, we are participants in the LIFE16 AQUILA with the SPEA, which is here, and with the Safe Lines for Birds project. So, this partnership also gave us a lot of knowledge, and now we can identify some of the most dangerous typologies of electric grid pylons. And you can see on that side we have a triangular structure and horizontal crossbar that are more dangerous for electrocution. I will only focus on electrocution. We also have the collision problem, but here I'm focusing on electrocution. And on this side we have the Eco Crossbar. Eco Crossbar was tested on a LIFE project, Lifelines, in 2016, and you might think that this one is very similar with the horizontal crossbar, but this one has a crossbar with a length of 3.6 meters. It's bigger than the horizontal crossbar. The three conductors are more they are not on the crossbar, they are under the crossbar, more far from the spot where the birds sometimes use. And you can see that we have some anti-perch plates on the edges of the crossbar. Also, when we install this typology, we add this little detail that we call the nesting dissuasers. So we evaluate typologies of electric grid distribution, and we also evaluate devices that we apply on those typologies. On that side you can see that two devices, the mooring clamp protector, I call it the mooring clamp protector, and the rigid insulator protector, we no longer put it on the electric distribution grid. Rigid insulator protector, as someone mentioned before, it's placed on rigid I don't know how to say it, but ¿cómo? Insulators. Yes, insulate, thank you. And we no longer put rigid insulators, so it doesn't make sense to have it on our normative documents. On this side we can see, we call it the combined solution. We have seen this type of solution in other presentations. We combine the mastic tape with the silicone sleeve and the insulated protector. 2 minutes. Okay. As someone mentioned before, I think here in Spain you insulate 1.5 meters of the conductor, but here in Portugal we define 1.2 meters for critical areas. So this solution was implemented for the first time in 2015 in LIFE Imperial, and now we can say that the effectiveness of this solution is more than 90%. We also have another solutions to divert the nesting. We make nesting translocation, so we build pylons off the grid but near the grid with the nesting platforms, so we dissuade the birds from making nests on our grid, and they can do their nests on that pylons with that platform. And also that's another measure we apply. We have some horizontal insulator switch on the top of the pylons, and when we correct power lines, we put it on the vertical position. So in this position it will harm the birds, and in this position has a lower risk. So I think this is our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Filipa. You were 10 minutes, perfect. Ahora vamos a tener...
Now we will have a presentation from Natura. Emilio is the speaker. Or is it Maria?
Vale, gracias. Naturgy
is another one of those big electricity companies in Spain that is collaborating with the AQUILA LIFE project hand in hand with Grefa. As we said earlier, they've been conducting tests with new materials at Grefa facilities with live animals. Emilio Puelles is the speaker. He will tell us about the work carried out by his company regarding retrofitting and all the actions to avoid electrocution. We have Emilio ready with his microphone. Emilio, whenever you are ready. I'm using my laptop, so I'm using it as a cheat sheet. First of all, let me introduce myself. As Carlota said, Emilio Puelles at Naturgy, the distribution department, the old Unión Fenosa, from northwestern Spain. I'd like to say, first of all, thank you for your invitation to be here. It is an absolute privilege to be here today. So we want to make our small, humble contribution. UFD is one of the distribution companies in Spain. We have a market share of some 15% of all distribution networks. And one of the things I've learned during the time in the project, I've been with the company for 20 years, always in the business side, and lately on the environmental side. I know a lot about electrons. I'm an engineer by training, and I know very little about birds. So one of the things that we have learned through these partnerships is that we can achieve a win-win situation with all of these partnerships, everything we've done, together with Grefa, under the umbrella of the AQUILA LIFE project. I will not give you details about Naturgy and Grefa. There are things that we've done in terms of sustainability, volunteering, awareness campaigns. I will focus on the actions we've carried out in the last 2 or 3 years. So, I'll start in 2019. We were conducting assessments of power lines with an external company with biologists that were specialists. We asked Grefa to join us on those inspections on food. We focused on the region of Madrid, not to do actual inspections, but rather to see how they were performed. We had partners there that are here today, and I'm very pleased to see some familiar faces. Slowly, I've been told. We covered some 50 kilometers of grid on food. We took a look at the results, and we put together an action that was widely adopted in our company. There was an awareness session on lessons learned. I came in late, so I didn't have a chance to listen to everything, but there's quite a few lessons learned. One of them is this one. We wanted to focus on this event, which was so interesting. Some 300 people attending out of the 900 people in my company. Focusing on operations, and that means that people that supervise the contractors that do the assembly for BirdLife protection. Okay? So there was a session targeted on the following. Okay, we'll learn about BirdLife. We know about towers, but we wanted to know about birds, their habits, their preferences, perching here as opposed to perching there, different heights. of towers or perching supports. So we learned so many things, and we wanted to share this with the people we send to do field work. We checked every single setting for every single typology of supports or pylons in order to determine those elements that were most dangerous in terms of electrocution or collision. As I say, for all types of pylons. Based on that information, we made a decision on those pylons that pose the biggest risk. And as I say, focusing on the field staff that were in charge of assembling the devices. We know that we don't always do everything perfectly, so we needed to find out what we were doing correctly, because we wanted to reinforce that. Juanjo said that is a really ideal best practice, so to say. And we also found out about things that we were not doing correctly. We said to ourselves, okay, we cannot afford that this happens again. We saw the need for covering the cables with appropriate materials. It was not just the covers that would get displaced with time. We were told about so many things. We thought carefully about what we were doing right, what we were doing wrong. And we looked at all of that through the glass of design, through the glass of those people projecting the facilities and those assembling the facilities, because the solution in theory may be good, but it might be assembled in an inappropriate manner. And for those assessing and validating the installations, it was extremely useful. It was quite an effort, and I think it was really interesting. We also partnered with others. I think someone said something about this earlier, Carlota or someone else. We've been working here at Grefa. We work with 6 different species, working on different devices. So we wanted to test all of that. We focused on 2 of those devices. This is a polymer-based insulator. We were not convinced that all of these devices would be equally effective. You might have an insulator or an isolator which is long enough. If the bird perches in the central part, it is useless. So we tested that one, 1 meter long, and then we tested another device which looks a bit odd. We're still thinking about whether we should implement it. This is a cutout isolator. If instead of using a normal crossbar, we displace it 3 meters away from the main pylon structure. How about moving all the elements away from the perching points? They might be perching on the pylon, but they wouldn't be using a grounding element. They wouldn't be touching a grounding element. That's why we decided to use this element, this device. The conclusions? The polymeric isolator is very effective. We were clear about that. That's the type of device we're always implementing until we find a better one. This would be our preferential option. And the gap isolator seemed to be very effective, but we need to tackle a number of issues. It's very good for BirdLife, but what happens when you use an isolator in the middle of a gap? You will apply traction, so we need to tackle other problems arising from the typology of device. But testing with real species at facilities such as the one from Grefa is really interesting, because we can see for ourselves how everything works. This year we have been in touch constantly with Grefa and others who keep telling us where we can promote actions. And we have already focused on other lines of action. Grefa is sharing a lot of information with us. They've told us about their priority areas, so we can better focus on those areas with our own approach. We combine the material from both sides. We take the best of both worlds. And together, we've decided to do tagging for 5 species coming from Grefa, endangered species with GPS trackers. By the way, on a personal standpoint, I really enjoyed this. I've been present at 3 of the releases, and anyone who has never seen a release, I would encourage you to be present. And with that, I'm done. 1 minute for the next speaker. Thank you very much. The interpreters are having a hard time doing their work. Thank you so much, Emilio. We shall now move on to the next presentation. We've had engineers from Cogiti. On another sector we had never worked earlier, has to do with the manufacturing or the production of materials and the application of retrofitting models. We have Alejandro Baena with us. Where is Alejandro? Right. You need your microphone. If you could please go to the booth to get that. Conectores y Sistemas is the name of the company. Conectores y Sistemas is a plant, a manufacturing plant, where we build all sorts of devices for the protection of bird life. We come from Granada in southern Spain. We have quite a long track record collaborating with Grefa. It's been a year since we started partnering with Grefa. Emilia Llorente is my colleague from the engineering department. I needed some additional information. That's great. Emilia's getting ready.
Tienes aquí.
Un PDF, pero bueno.
Ah, bueno. Entonces no irá con esto, ¿no?
Creo que no irá, porque ha habido un problemilla. ¿Sí funciona?
Ah, sí.
Ah, pues sí.
Mira, le tienes que dar aquí.
Vale.
Pues buenas tardes, soy Emilia Llorente.
Okay, soy Emilio Llorente. I am the engineer responsible for the department of Conectores and Sistemas. It is the second time we are here. Thank you very much for your invitation. There are some people may know us, other people not, so I will now go for a brief introduction. In 2003, we were born in the city of Granada, with the staff coming from the
Mira, a ver, hola.
Sí. Con personal procedente del sector.
So as I said, most of the staff came from the power material manufacturing sector with experience more than 50 years in insulation and electrical connections. It's not working.
No, pero es que... Ah, vale, es que va bien. En el 2006 creamos el departamento de I+D por la necesidad de ayudar a nuestros clientes.
In the year 2006, we set up the department on R+D+I with the aim of helping our clients. In collaboration with the marketing and commercial department, we decided to change a little bit the direction and focus on fauna protection. 2006 is very important because it was the first action that we did. Between 2010-2012, Endesa and Iberdrola standardized some of our products for the fauna protection in the overhead lines. This date is very important for us because INOR invites us to be part of the committee to be responsible for 3 years of the study and development of a national standard related to the protection of the fauna and power lines. In 2014, our marketing department asks the company to include a section devoted to the protection of substations. This is very important for us, and that's what we're working on. 2018, we satisfied the norm GEBNA 001 and EA 0058, and in 2019, the norm EA 0058. This year is also very important for us because we are certified by the N of INOR, which means that we are doing a good quality. We are providing the best quality of our products, and we are the pioneer company in terms of tagging, and we could place the N of INOR in our tags.
Actualmente nos hemos especializado en la
Currently, we have specialized in BirdLife protection. So our technical department is continuously researching to protect the birds and the environment. Thanks to companies such as ours, and in collaboration with other power line companies, we have reduced the death rates due to electrocution. For those of us who know us, oh my God, it has gone too quickly.
Estamos situados, bueno, nosotros somos de Granada, estamos.
We are from Granada. We are located in the Peligro, which is another village. There we have a plant for the manufacturing of all the pieces designed by our marketing department. Our company is working on 3 processes, which is injection, extrusion, and thermoconformation, and now we are studying other processes that will maybe be introduced in the near future. Once manufactured, the pieces, they are subject to trials according to the norm EA and BNA 001 to ensure hardness, resistance to traction, strengthening, etc., etc. And we do it all at a lab that we have in our facilities. And we have different equipment, of course, for all these ozone chambers. We even have a dielectrical stiffness equipment up to 60 kVs, etc., etc. Once all the internal trials have been implemented, we pass it on to another external lab, INAC. As the presentation I had in PDF was not working, I'm going backwards now. Just wanted to mention that in our website, we have a search app we think is very important for installers. You enter the conductor, and by default, you have the diameter and all the data. Then that says that it is a GS1, and then it tells you what the requirements are and the kind of insulator, whether it is polymeric or porcelain. And then it tells you the cover or the clip to be used. However, as it is not working, I cannot click on that and you cannot see it, but you can visit our website and have a look at it. We think it is very important because it is very useful for installers. And to conclude, in the future, we want to continue implementing projects in an optimistic way to try to reduce even further the death rate. Oh, it's in the control. Okay, I don't know. We are studying innovative techniques to reduce the carbon footprint, always studying materials to develop new materials. Another thing that we have in the project is to transfer all the technology here in Spain to underdeveloped countries. And to finish, thank you very much for your invitation. And thank you very much, as I said. Thank you. Great. Thank you so much, Emilia, for your contribution. You have to go there because the technician needs to get the mic. Okay, so thank you very much. I didn't know you. I had heard about you, but now I have very clear where you are and what you do, and we need people like you. And we have many people like you on our boat. We will continue with another presentation of another company that focuses also on the manufacturing of insulators. The company is called RH. They have been collaborating with Grefa from the very beginning of the project AQUILA LIFE. We have implemented some actions jointly. Here with us we have Santiago Romero, who is going to introduce our company to us.
¿Cómo va? Y es socia aquí. Muy bien, pues muy buenas tardes a todos. Muchas gracias a Grefa.
Good afternoon to you all. Thank you to Grefa, and thank you for having invited our organization to participate here. And as this event organized by Grefa has been great, and I am happy that I'm here, and it has got us closer to you all. I see many new faces, and I want you to know why we have invited for lunch here by the face, as we say in Spain, for free. We're going to tell you who we are, what we have learned, our mission, our contributions, our challenges, and our motivations as manufacturers. I am Santiago Romero. I am the commercial manager and partner of the group, Corporative International. We have been more than 25 years in the sector, manufacturing and supplying materials, accessories, and equipment for overhead and underground energy networks up to 500 kilovolts. Conventional sectors and also railway sector. We also provide elements for signaling, for substations, etc., etc. All this knowledge acquired for more than 25 years has allowed us to establish contacts with power companies, organizations, and many bodies. And thanks to all that, we have been able to develop and manufacture tailor-made products. Nowadays, we have the competencies and skills to manufacture our own products from the very beginning to the very end. Injection, extrusion, engineering, design, anti-impact systems by drone, etc., etc. Anyway, today it is not the day to talk about our company. You know where we are, you know what we are devoted to. If you do not know us, you can visit our website and you can see the other activities we have in our company. After all this time, we need to focus on what we have learned. Emilio referred to something similar, Emilio, from Naturgy, because we do not understand the language of the birds. We as manufacturers have the need of fixing a problem in a line. So let's manufacture a product that has a technical aim. We comply with the specifications, with norms, but sometimes we lose track of the practical use of these materials. But thanks to organizations such as Grefa, we understand a bit more what birds think about us and what they expect from us and their language. Thanks to these meetings or to other cooperation actions with Grefa. So thank you very much, Grefa, all the bodies that work in this field for thinking of our health, our babies, our future, our planet. And here you have our
a los peques a través de mensajes.
Our pets, Abelino. Our mission, well, it is in our head. We have to live together with infrastructures that make our life easier. Highways, high roads, transport, etc., etc. We have to live together with our fauna, with our birds, with our animals, so to live in harmony. I am totally convinced of that, our mission. I'm fully convinced that you share our mission, that is to work beyond as an engineering and manufacturing company to manufacture not only a product, but in an effective way and also operational way. We are working so that our environment in the company and towards our partners and other stakeholders, our company is friendly. We have to interpret the fauna from a manufacturing standpoint, but understanding them. All the speakers, independently of the profile, everybody has referred to the importance of training. Training the future engineers, the future organizations, future companies, but also training the installers, assembly technicians, operators. We think that training programs and programs to transfer knowledge, all this makes much more sense. We as manufacturers contribute in the whole project by keeping on developing products and solutions in collaboration with utility sector, independent labs, local governments, also awareness raising campaigns and training and education on the television, radio programs, social networks, social media, merchandising as well, of course, selling also our little animal, our emblema, so to speak. So that the kids also know that it is necessary to live together in harmony with nature. That's why we have created our pet, the one that you can see here to the left below. And we also work with universities, with the schools, offering training sessions. Avelino, our pet, as well as the book, you can buy them here. You can, I would say, Carlotta, if they do not buy the book or the pet, I will not allow them to join us in the next meeting. We have many challenges as manufacturers. We can see that more and more there are new situations that we had not thought about when designing a product. There are substations that have to be protected for this fauna or other fauna. So we are learning day by day. There are many new aspects that had not been taken into account, as I said, during the design of the products. We are looking for solutions for every case. Obviously, our main challenge is to protect the planet with all our energy, investing all our efforts, and that's what we want to convey to our partners, stakeholders, collaborators, staff. We want to put our energy, invest our energy to protect our planet. And we have a program, Planet Life, that focuses on the following: to have end products that are perfect technically speaking and that also very practical. That is to protect the birds as they want to be protected. So this is our company with a mission and an idea. We want to share with your organizations our CSR spirit and objectives to raise together awareness about the relevance of manufacturing, protecting the environment in our activities, and making sure at the same time we are safeguarding the planet. We have implemented actions, for example, focusing on the CO2 reduction, CO2 emission reductions. We have installed different energy tanks, solar panels, to try to save energy as well. And we have also updated electrical self-consumption. We all know how important birds are for the environment and in the environment. Without them, many things would not change, would not work, So once again, thank you very much, Grefa, for your collaboration, and thank you very much. Your future is our future. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Santiago.
Thank you very much, Santiago. With our aid, we have worked very closely. They have helped us to organize training courses, the ones with EcoCity. We went to their facilities to do all the training. You are a sector we had not worked before with, and Emilio mentioned it before. It is a win-win relationship.
A continuar ahora con una presentación.
We're going to continue with another presentation complementary to the one of the prosecutor from Teruel. We have here Néstor Chicharo, who is a player of the environment ascribed to the Attorney's Office of the Environment here in Madrid, and he works on power lines in collaboration with the Prosecutor's Office, Baradel. So Ernesto Chicharo will tell us a little bit about the important work the environmental officers are carrying out in all the autonomous communities. There is a network of environmental officers in every, autonomous community. There is an officer that is in contact with the prosecutor's office in issues related to electrocution, and he will tell us a little bit about that network of officers. Ernesto. Hello, good afternoon. We are all tired, I guess. Just after lunch, kind of sleepy. I wanted to start with this image. My presentation is more than anything images, but we have included some text. Well, we have been named a lot in these 2 days. All the presentations have been spectacular, and we are also necessary collaborators. Not enough, but just necessary. Okay, Doc. Forestry and environmental officers. We have our independence in the autonomous community, also locally. This country, it is divided into autonomous communities. Sometimes we have autonomous administrations and sometimes municipality administrations. It is all a bit complicated in Spain. I will not go into detail, but we are 7,000 civil officers But we have very different ascriptions, so to speak. We have a legal profile. We are all civil officers and working in the environment. You have here some pictures of us. Let's show images of colleagues from Andalusia. These are from Malaga in our, well, everyday activity. It is important to maintain the custody chain, or the chain of custody. Someone mentioned it yesterday. Our colleagues from Castilla and León, they are essential. They are a very forestry region in Spain. Our colleagues from Castilla-La Mancha, from Catalonia as well. They are pioneers for many years. They have been working a lot on the roles of environmental police. A great part of the development of environmental protection depends or is a result of the great work our colleagues have done. I am an officer of the Community of Madrid, a forestry officer of the Community of Madrid, but this name is only used by some of us in some autonomous communities. The General Administration of the state we have officers of the environmental department or also Foral government officers. For example, our colleague from Álava, we are between 6,000–7,000 officers all throughout Spain. This is more or less the distribution. There are some places where it increases, it decreases, but generally speaking, people see us as a need, and the work done in all these autonomous communities require more and more staff. For example, in Madrid in 2025, there is an expectation of being 400-something officers. Right now, there are only 200. So what do? Well, we have to do different tasks in terms of police, custody, and surveillance so that people comply with administrative norms and criminal laws as well. We collaborate with different administrative environmental bodies. We do field studies. We draft reports. We participate in the civil protection actions, for example, when there is a catastrophe, etc., accidents. Strengths. We are 6,000. We are all around Spain. We know quite a lot about the human and natural environment. We are highly motivated. We have a passion. Well, look at my colleague who is nodding. He knows what I am saying. We are all highly motivated, regardless of the age. Highly specialized training and a very special relationship with the prosecutor's office in terms of environment. These are other pictures of other colleagues. This is what we do. People call us, or they tell us that something is happening, or they found an animal. We work very closely with Grefa. People call the 112 emergency services, so we have to go there and we have to see what has happened, study what has happened, study the situation, and try to provide a solution. These are images of other actions, administrative actions. I can guarantee that in the case of electrocutions, things can become very complex. We discovered the animal. It is great to go to the outdoors, but then you have to pick up the animal, then you have to go to do the necropsy analysis, then you have to communicate the owners, see if there has been any recurrence. You have to draft reports and reports and reports, administrative tasks, so that the operators or the owners of the power lines know what has happened, and then they do some kind of follow-up. Because if here there has been a problem, you get the communication and you do nothing about it, well, if we're talking about any protected animal, then you're going to face a problem. It is great to be kind. I would love to be kind all day and give awards all day, but we have the role of the police. We are a mixed police force, and because of that, the prosecutor's office, in terms of environment and urban development, decided to set up a unit within these attorney's office. We are 3 officers, civil officers, dependent of the Community of Madrid, and the prosecutor's office of the state. Our roles, you can see there. We do coordination tasks. We give counseling to the prosecutor's office. We solve any problem, or we provide help to our colleagues. We provide support to the technical unit, and we draft reports. And in the heart of the prosecutor's office, then we have another department where we get the information the autonomous communities give us or provide us with. Very shortly, we will finish with the review of all this documentation, and I hope that the prosecutor's office highlights and informed about the advances or not in this matter. This is a sentence or a document where all autonomous communities committed themselves to provide information so that this worked. Jorge Morales, the prosecutor in Teruel, then developed a process or proceeding. There are some communities that are not highly developed, and one of our tasks will be that these protocols are very well or quite adapted.
Aquí hablando de
These are the typical crime scenes we come across on the field. These are pictures from our colleagues in Andalusia. Also photographs from Aragon and Catalonia. Sometimes we have to collect bodies. Obviously, we would prefer to do monitoring of nests, of species in general and bird life, but sometimes we have to collect dead bodies, and it's part of our responsibility. This is the unit with the 3 agents. Carolina's not there, we didn't have a picture. And we are really in charge of coordinating and liaising with the prosecutor's office. We're at the disposal of any entity that may need us. Thank you so much. Now we have WWF. There will be an online connection. WWF Spain is one of the biggest conservation NGOs and is one of the members of SOS Power Lines with Grefa on board, the Spanish Society of Ornithology, the Bird and Vulture Foundations, the FF from Jaén, the Quercus, the magazine, with the chief editor in the room. Who else, José Antonio? Did I miss anyone? IAFMA, the Association of Forestry Agents or Forest Rangers. This platform, in fact, was set up because of a conversation Paz and myself had some time ago. We would see so many Bonelli's eagles getting electrocuted that we felt powerless. We need to go beyond where we are now, and that's why we decided to push for the creation of a new platform called SOS Power Lines, SOS Power Lines. We can see Carlos on the screen from WWF. We've asked him to tell us about the vision shared by so many NGOs in conservation. Carlos, you have the floor. Please go ahead. Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. I think you can. Perfect. Thank you. Well, it's me that I'm in charge of this brief presentation. So first of all, I'd like to say thank you. I'm part of the department, I'm a member of the Department of Conservation of Species within WWF, and I'll tell you a little bit about the platform, SOS Power Lines. I'm sure you must have been talking about this for almost 2 days now. Electrocution is the first and most important cause of mortality for many different species, some of them in great danger of becoming extinct. Electrocution is something we can expect when the pylons are dangerous by design. Here we have 2 types of support, 2 pylons, both of them significantly dangerous. Some of these species that are subject to electrocution are in the imperial eagle, the Bonelli's eagle, with 80% of the entire continental European population in Spain, and the European short-toed eagle, one species that is particularly close to my heart. I've seen so many admitted into the wildlife center where I used to work for many years, most of them electrocuted. By the way, 73% of all short-toed eagles admitted to wildlife centers in Castilla-La Mancha in only 2 years, that's 106. 73% were admitted because of electrocution incidents. So retrofitting power lines is a very effective method when attempting to reduce mortality by electrocution. This is an example that I wanted to share with you. It is a young specimen of an imperial eagle in the province of Toledo. If you have a farm, a hunting farm, and imperial eagles around, and you have a pylon of that sort, it is not a surprise that we can have incidents. These are the members of SOS Power Lines. We have basically everyone here. AMUS, IAFMA, Ecologistas en Acción, Grefa, the Quercus magazine, the Spanish Society of Ornithology, the Iberian Society for the Study and Conservation of Ecosystems, and WWF Spain. One of the main goals of this platform is to raise awareness with the public, the general public, regarding the problems related to electrocution. This is an example. This is an actual press clip from SOS Power Lines asking for changes in the current legislation in Spain because of the lack of effectiveness of bird protection measures. This is an important line of action for the platform. I just skipped one. This is an example of some actions already carried out by the platform. I've been allocated 10 minutes, so I'll tell you very briefly. We participated in the project Put a Power Line in your line of sight, in literal translation, by Siete, something you can visit through this URL on the screen, where you may get information on any incidents regarding bird life on power lines. The platform was also organized, and this was mentioned in other presentations, a workshop in 2019 seeking solutions to avoid the electrocution of birds. With support from the AQUILA, LIFE and the Ministry for Ecological Transition. More than 100 experts got together for this, including representatives from all regions in Spain, forestry agents, the Seprona department of the Civil Guard, veterinary surgeons from wildlife centers, industrial engineers, researchers, specialists in new materials, representatives from the main electricity companies. The main goals during this workshop had to do with assessing the environmental problems created by electrocution in Spain, together with problems related to collision with power lines. These are two pictures from that workshop, split into different work groups, into two different work groups, in fact. I was a member of the group working on legal regulations. And it is regulations I'm talking about on this slide. In 2020, the platform submitted allegations during the public consultation process that was called by the Ministry for the reform of Royal Decree 1432/2008, because that Royal Decree doesn't take into account Bill 26 from 2007. It doesn't even mention it. By the way, a Royal Decree is only applicable in part of the territory, whereas the law that was not mentioned by the Royal Decree was applicable to the entire Spanish mainland. So there were very severe limitations on that Royal Decree. There was a deadline of 7 years provided by the Royal Decree to adapt, to apply retrofitting to power lines. But after 10 years, basically nothing had been done. Article 17 of the new law demands the adoption of preventive solutions in order to avoid damage. The funding or the financing for retrofitting must come from the operator that is linked to each economical activity. That's what the law says. As I said, there was a deadline of 7 years, but it's been more than 10, and basically nothing has been achieved. So that was one of the main goals of the platform, achieving an amendment, having an amendment published and coming into effect for the Royal Decree, so it would get adapted to what the existing legislation had determined beforehand. Let me clarify that this law was approved and came into effect in 2007, whereas the Royal Decree was published and came into effect in 2008. We hope that a solution is implemented for this as soon as possible. And my final slide, I hope I have stuck to the allocated time. Beyond the specific actions carried out by the platform, quite varied and quite relevant, in my opinion, I must say that the platform itself, the creation of the platform itself, has added momentum to the initiatives of many of its members, if not all of its members. And talking from the point of view of WWF, there was an agreement signed with funding coming from the ministry. The agreement also included the International Center for Environmental Law in order to conduct a legal study published in 2020 on the assessment of the rule of law regarding the electrocution of BirdLife, with proposals for improvement regarding the effectiveness of devices and methodologies implemented in accordance with current legislation. If you're interested in getting additional details, there is a URL here. That's it from me. Thank you very much and see you soon.
Estupendo, Carlos. Muchísimas gracias. Hacía falta, en fin, la plataforma.
We needed you on board. We're very grateful. Thank you for telling us from Cuenca.
Vamos a continuar con.
So we now continue. The next presentation comes from Iberdrola. Pablo is ready, getting his microphone. Iberdrola is one of the big electricity companies of Spain. Basically, all partners within this project are working with them in Navarra, in Madrid, not in Mallorca because they have Endesa over there. But over these 5 years, the degree of intensity of our partnership has been going up non-stop. Pablo will tell us about what they're doing. Hello, good afternoon, can you hear me? Well, first of all, I'd like to say thank you to Grefa and to the AQUILA A-Life project. I'm about to tell you about our role within this partnership. We heard about this earlier in other during other previous presentations. Let me tell you about some of the solutions that we have adopted. Basically, in the retrofitting of pylons. As part of what we have been doing together is the retrofitting of power lines for those parts of the grid that are dangerous in terms of electrocution or collision for Bonelli's eagles. There's more than 5,000 pylons in Madrid, Ávila, Guadalajara, Toledo, Navarra and Álava. Out of those 5,000, 3,000 were reported by Grefa because of the risks. They were considering the reintroduction of chicks, of young birds. Eagles had left those areas, and they wanted them to be dispersal and consolidation areas again. So we had many people contributing. Dead bodies were detected, were identified as well. And that was one thing where we collaborated. Another action we have implemented had to do with the test project for dissuasion of chicks regarding the selection of pylons, a behavioral mechanism or technique that we have applied. Carmelo mentioned that and explained that. We were there. We gave them our support. We will be at everyone's disposal for anything that may be needed. The results of the monitoring campaigns have been rather fruitful. If you do this early enough, the young birds will be dissuaded from perching on pylons. We will avoid electrocution that way. They're not comfortable, obviously, because of the dissuasion mechanisms in place. We have had a very considerable impact on the survival rate for this species in the first few years. Another thing we've done together has been the analysis of different solutions, anti-perching solutions. We wanted to verify the effectiveness of different devices, anti-collision, anti-perching, and anti-electrocution. We wanted to analyze the perching preferences of these birds. We installed different types of devices with different settings in the areas delimited by Grefa, with 4 support elements, each one with 6 different devices. A number of species were then selected: griffon vulture, black vulture, golden eagle, Bonelli's eagle, short-toed eagle, and white stork, and then eagle owl, red kite, black kite, with cameras installed 24/7, performing recordings. Some recordings were analyzed in real time, analyzing the way birds would land and take off, and the risks introduced by the perching locations. We would then analyze that video footage, taking into account a number of variables, for example, the precise locations where the birds would perch, the instability, the degree of instability, the risk associated, the analysis of hotspots, the activity of birds, bearing in mind the support points selected for perching. These 2 lines of work were executed under very special circumstances, quite different from what you may encounter in field work. So you may see that perhaps this is not replicable for in-field work. Tests were conducted for 16 days with 4 birds. (685 locations were chosen. Well, the species perched for 685 times. They didn't really like isolators. More perching took place for a longer duration on the crossbar than on the isolators. They seem to be more comfortable on crossbars. That's their favorite element, not on the isolators. If we use umbrellas or anti-perching devices, we will encourage birds to choose the isolators. We wouldn't like to force them to go to the isolators anyway. Then we see the different locations for perching. This is the flat element with antennas. D is the solution with that stick. This one has a disc preventing the bird from touching any grounded elements or grounding elements. The B option is the one offering is the one that resulted in the fewer number of perchings. They perch there and they don't find enough stability. The discs used for solutions D and C provide an additional protection because they prevent contact between the bird and the grounding element. Regardless of where they perch, they will not be able to touch the grounding elements on either side. So this is another solution that could be implemented throughout the grid. And by the way, we found out new things. Birds in general, when perching on the isolators, will move horizontally with open wings, except for owls that move forward. Quite a peculiar behavior. Here you see the birds. And these two pictures, this is the certificate issued by the provincial government of Álava in the Basque country. And just to finish off, the problems we have found for current solutions. I'm talking about isolators and distances. Technically, these are not optimal solutions. I'm talking about distribution of electricity, because they make maintenance and servicing quite difficult. Adding an extension for 1 meter, if we need to add grounding elements, the operator has to go to the top of the pylon using a harness and use a pole. It's virtually impossible to do maintenance or servicing of the power lines. To provide the necessary grounding with that approach, if we add 1 meter or 1.5 meters, we prefer to use these antenna-shaped anti-perching elements or discs rather than extending the elements by 1 meter or more. And then another problem has to do with materials. We're talking about 15 to 20 years maximum lifespan. After that period of time, we need to do additional retrofitting. That is so much in terms of investment. Just think about the amount of money that would be needed to do that. Replacing all materials every 10 years. We need to find structural solutions that remain in place throughout the entire lifespan of the support pylons. So that's the reason why we are developing new solutions. The antenna-shaped or disc-shaped solution, and I'd like to point out this one. Isolation crossbars. We have standardized two, a dome-shaped one and a flat one up to 20 kilovolts, and we're conducting pilot tests to measure effectiveness. We have installed this in Burgos, in northern Spain, one of these crossbars. In Guadalajara, next to Madrid, we installed another one. And in Madrid, in the southern part of the region, we will be installing crossbars to see how effective they can be. We believe that this is a future-proof solution that will avoid the electrocution of birds and will keep us from being forced to apply temporary solutions every now and then. We could use fiberglass. If it works properly, we will be able to do the perfect retrofitting, and that will be everything. Thank you very much. That was it for me. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're so excited to see how this is evolving. Insulating crossbars. This is part of the magic that has been taking place in the last few years. We have all been working together hand in hand with people really engaged, really committed to everything they're doing. So thank you very much, Pablo, for everything you are doing. It's a pleasure to be there with you. Now we have Asaf Melrose. This is one of the visitors coming from farther away. Asaf has come from Israel. He is a field man. He works with different species of raptors for the National Israeli Authority. He's also a partner with LIFE16 NAT in Greece and Cyprus. He's been working with them. He's a big specialist. He's like Victor. He's like Victor García Matarranz. Asaf will tell us about their experiences.
In the short time we have, I will try to present two very short subjects. One of them is regarding the Aegean population, the same population that Nikos Tsiopoulos presented yesterday very nicely. And the other subject will be the insulation of power lines in Israel. Okay, I hope we will manage to do everything. Bueno. So, regarding the Aegean Bonelli's population, and these are the territories we know. We currently know about 30 territories that are active in the Aegean, but we think that the entire population might well exceed 100 territories because, as Nikos said, there are thousands of islets and islands in the Aegean, and the monitoring here is very, very challenging. It is made with a boat, so it's very expensive, and also you need a very good weather in order to go near the islands and to do the monitoring. Okay, this is the landscape. Most of the pairs are nesting on coastal cliffs. Some of them are nesting in inland gorges and crags, especially in the bigger islands. This is Lavrentis Sidiropoulos, who is the main field worker and investigator of our team. So some of the territories are held on a very small islets like this one in Macares. So it's a very unique situation where the juvenile eagle must fledge outside the island. This island cannot support the juveniles nor the adults, so they are obliged to cross over sea to do sea crossing, which is of course very special and demanding for a terrestrial species like the Bonelli's eagle. So we saw these trajectories yesterday, and we tagged about 14 individuals so far in the Aegean, and we saw that some of the eaglets are doing island hopping between the islands, and they are staying on the islands basically, while others are crossing inland, more or less northwest, like in parallel to the direction of the Balakan Peninsula, and they are capable of crossing barriers of 70 kilometers of sea. Even we saw one crossing of 90 kilometers. So this is like the most common direction of dispersal, but we had some exceptions, as this young eaglet called Vios. I don't remember the meaning of the name. Maybe Nikos, you know.
It's the name of that saint.
Okay, the Saint Vios. It's ridiculous names that Lavrentis is giving to all his eagles. Anyhow, the guy flew all the way to France. He stayed here for like half a year. Then he went back, and apparently he was looking to find his way home, but he missed the turn somewhere here, and so he reached the finger of near Thessaloniki, the Tridactylus. There are 3 fingers here, and he didn't manage to find the way. So finally he went here and started to go north Then the war here started in Ukraine. He went to the front to see how the guys are doing. No, serious, it was a perfect timing of the war. And then he went back to France, and still, I downloaded the material yesterday night, and he's still in France. So that's a really peculiar guy. Our hero of iOS made a lot of mess in Central Europe because it was their first record in Austria and Hungary. So many bird watchers went to see, and they are still nagging in the WhatsApp, where are the eagle? Where is the eagle? Where is Vios? We are getting it every day. Anyhow, so these are the Cyclades, and these are the Dodecanese Islands. I hope you can see it. And these are, in triangulars, these are the occupied territories. And this is a simulation of the bottlenecks of dispersal, okay? How we think the overall picture look like. So the blue dots are real telemetry data, while the red ones are simulated ones. But you can see that the eaglets that are fledging here on the Cyclades move north. We think so. Okay, none of them is crossing to Crete on a regular basis, and the one that are fledging on Crete staying on Crete, as Nikos presented yesterday. So these guys are going northwest, and they are using those fingers of the island of Evia and Attica as a bridge inland. So these are the most critical points to cross inland, obviously. But unfortunately, this area is also being subjected to heavy development of wind farm. So these are the existing wind farms, and you see the island of Evia, which is a very, very important bottleneck for Bonelli's dispersal. And these are the planned wind farms, and you can see some that are being planned offshore here, and more on the islands, on the island of Andros, for example, and Tinos. So we believe that the barrier of those wind farms also will be added to the natural barrier of the sea. Okay, so that's a very unique situation. And this is the island of Evia with all the development. It used to hold, it's actually a special protected area, but nonetheless it is full with wind farms. There used to be here 5 territories of Bonelli's. Right now we have only 2 active territories. One bird that fledged here last year got collided with power lines. Okay. So there is already high density of installed wind farm, and as I said before, and you can see the trajectories of the eagles flying from Andros, it is a very important corridor for the Bonellis. So here we tried to simulate the situation. Okay, so this is the crossing of the eagles, and when we are looking here from north to south, this is the island of Andros. Okay, this is here, this is the beach here. And we are looking from the direction of Evia, and this is simulation. I planted here some wind farms, but in the same location that there are existing wind farms. There are wind farms here. There are windmills. And these are the true trajectories of the eagles. So they start the sea crossing at very high point. This is 1,000 meter high. And as they cross, they lose height, okay? Because they probably use flapping flight, and they fly against northern winds that are the prevailing winds in this area, the northern winds, so they lose height. And these, for example, they started at a height of 300, 400 meters, and they reached the land at 100 meters, 150 meters, okay? So it's more or less the height of the blades that are planned to be installed here offshore Evia. So this is a really worrying situation here that we believe is threatening this unique insular population of eagles, of the Bonelli's eagle. So to conclude about the situation, the Aegean Bonelli's population is a unique insular one that is spread over tens of islands of all kind of sizes. All the dispersing eagles here are obliged to fly over water. This is a very unique situation, or between the islets, or between the islands and the mainland. And this population is subjected to heavy pressure of development, especially in the form of wind energy and electricity infrastructures in general. Okay, so here I want to start the other. Do we have time? How are we doing?
You have all the time.
Okay. Sure. Gracias. So, regarding prioritizing the insulation of electricity power lines in Israel, this is the general picture. This is Israel. These are currently the occupied territories of Bonelli Ziegel. And this is the trend of the population over the years. So we began with about 60 pairs, and it dropped to about 12 pairs, I think, in 2012. And currently we have between 16 to 20 annually. But very soon after we started to do the research, it was back like 2015, I think, we discovered that most of our juvenile eagles are dying as of electrocution, as you report here, very similar numbers. So these are the electrocution incidents. We recorded so far about 47 electrocution events. And most of them are in the northern valleys and in the coastal plains, because those juvenile eagles are dispersing to the low-lying areas. But we wanted to move from a reactive approach to a proactive approach and to mitigate before the eagles are getting the electrocution. So like the electricity company in Israel is acting for many years to insulate power lines, but always it was done in a reactive way. Means they insulate only the poles where electrocution was recorded, and we wanted to predict where would be the next electrocution and be there before the eagle. And so we built a GIS-based model, which I will show you shortly. But very fast we discovered that most of our eagles are getting electrocuted near artificial reservoirs, okay? These red dots here are the electrocution events, and you see the reservoirs here. It's in the Israel Valley in northern Israel. By the way, Israel is a leader in water recycling. We have about 80% of water recycling, so we have many artificial reservoirs, okay? Spain, for example, is the second after Israel with only, I think, 16% of water recycle. So this is a very intensive areas with many of reservoirs. These reservoirs are hotspots for the foraging of the eagles. They come here to forage. There's a lot of biodiversity in the reservoirs, of course, a lot of waterfowls and other birds. But in order to hunt in these reservoirs, the eagles typically look for high perching observation point, okay? They want to scan the area. Unfortunately, the only tall perches that are available for them in the vicinity of the reservoirs are the power lines that lead to the reservoirs control and pumping facilities, having all the trees removed when the reservoirs were constructed some tens of years ago. So this combination of environmental circumstances has apparently created a detrimental ecological trap. As I will show you here, it's just an example. This is a deadly pylon. This is a killer pylon. It had killed 2 Bonelli Ziegel in the last 5 years or so. And you see the power line is coming to feed the pumps of the reservoirs, and it is overlooking those 2 reservoirs that are perfect foraging ground for Bonelli Ziegel. And no wonder that the eagles are coming in here and getting electrocuted on the pylon. You see there are no trees around. There are no alternatives for them. The only trees are far away from the reservoir. So in order to...
2 minutes will be...
Yeah, now I'm done. So in order to focus the mitigation efforts, we cannot insulate all the power lines in the network. We have 200,000 pylons all around, or even more. So we understood that we need to focus the efforts, so we did a GIS model. These are the territories, and this is the red areas here are the high-risk areas of the model. I wouldn't get now into details because we don't have the time, but anyhow, we found that we need to insulate about 4% of the network in order to achieve about 80% reduction in the electrocution risk for Bonelli's eagle, but also to achieve remedy to other eagles, such as the Eastern Imperial eagle that is overwintering in the same areas, is sharing the same areas with the Bonelli's eagle. Luckily enough, when we came up with the number, we didn't believe that we will manage to actually to get the money and to do it, but since we came up with a number, with a finite number of pylons and with a certain amount of money, we came to the Ministry of Energy and we managed to convince them that this is really needed. And so we already started the retrofitting this year. We are ongoing in the process, and our teams right now are in the field and working. We already insulated this year about 500 pylons, and we are pushing forward to achieve more before the winter. In order to speed up the pace, we also developed new techniques. We hired a drone company, which is also starting to install those insulators with drones. Nowadays, these are the first experiments in the field, and it is working. So luckily enough, we will be able to achieve the goal. And this is my friend who got electrocuted last year, and I'm bringing him to every workshop that I'm doing with the electrical company. The electrical company is very cooperative, and we are moving forward. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Asaf. It's a great experience that you share with us. Paso al español, que no sé por qué acabo siempre hablando inglés.
So we are moving and reaching almost the end of the section about the voice of our collaborators, and we only have one presentation left. You can come over here, José Luis Ruz from BirdLife, another manufacturer we have started working with, also on the basis of the project AQUILA Life. He has come to everything we have organized, the workshops, the meetings, and he will tell us what they are doing. They have been very active.
Gracias a ti, Carlota.
Thank you, Carlota. Well, first of all, thank you very much for your attention, taking into account that I am the last speaker. I'll try to be really, really brief. And thank you to Grefa for giving us the opportunity to be here. And thank you for your great work, because many synergies have been created among the different stakeholders focusing on Bonelli's eagle. I am José Luis Ruz. I am a technical responsible in Ibertech. Ibertech, the same as our competition, Conectores en Sistemas. We are in Granada. We have two families of products. I will focus on one. It would take very long to speak about all of them, but just mention that we have two main product families. One, anti-electrocution devices. We have collaborated also at Foral with the partners from Grefa, more specifically in Cyprus. What we would like to share with you now is our advances or developments regarding our proposal of structural solutions. We are focusing on some chain strings models, dead-end strings, as you can see here. They have one element, an insulator. You all know these kind of strings. Something we would like to highlight is that due to the great design of these screens, the concept of mixed insulator with two different devices was a system developed by Invertech in 2015. This kind of insulator was the result of a collaboration project with Endesa and Natura in Aragon. So nowadays, we are the only distributors, 110,000 units installed already. This means that the main idea of obtaining a distance that is safe between, that is of a meter by means of a dielectric nucleus, that is a nucleus that does not let power to go through, electrical energy has worked. And thanks to this, we're working on the design and enhancement of the design per se. Anti-perching elements have been given a greater mechanic resistance to bear perching. We have 1.35 meters, and the length is 1.25. Totally insulated distance. We will see why that distance has been chosen. As you all know, these kind of deterrent elements do not need any external element, anti-perching element, or spikes. And because we have experience with polymeric insulator, lifespan 15, 20 years of age, we know that it will not cause any complication. As we have said, the two families are for lines of 30 and lines of 66 kilowatts. So 30 and 66 kilowatts. Here we also have dielectric core produced with epoxy resin and complying with international standards 61109. Apart from the benefit and advantage provided by the design, the fact that it has some crossbar elements to avoid perching is also very good. The alignment is such that one of the rows is always looking upwards, perpendicular to the floor. What can we see regarding an additional solution? Well, the length and insulated length is different from safe length. These insulators, thanks to our silicon core, adapt very well. So insulated length could be even 1.64 if necessary. Because in some autonomous communities, according to Royal Decree already mentioned, and taking into account the BirdLife, they need a greater length that is longer than 1 meter. Here we have the typical assembly. The two strings have the same length, because obviously one of them, we have tried not to overprotect the grid. So although we have an insulated total length of 1.25, we tried not to overcome the leakage line. For the 60-something kilowatts, we do not have that problem. This insulator we are showing you here is ensuring from the very beginning to the end 68 centimeters. It is an optional insulator in the assembly, but we always recommend it so that it is used as a basis, as a pillar to maintain always the minimum distance. from the clamp to the crossbar. That is around 150 millimeters. I am talking about third category that is up to 30 kilowatts. In the case of 66 kilowatts, we can see that we have to have that leakage minimum line. This is the bridge that we have here, loose bridge. And then we have an insulator or a bridge, correction my speaker, that is more effective. And above all, with the incidence of the currents and the winds or the drafts. These are the trials we have carried out. We collaborated in a study by MITECO to assess the safety or hazard of different profiles of strings. The trial aimed at making some measurements, simulating different perches, and trying to get closer and closer to the point with voltage. In each measurement, you measured the superficial, the leakage. We also have to differentiate the total safe insulated distance, that is up to where it is safe, that is that there is no potentially any voltage there or any power. And we are doing all these trials in adverse weather conditions, that is in the rain. Our conclusions is that in a conventional string of glass insulators, even if covered, the first element with voltage is the first one of the string that has an insulator with a metallic cap. And here, and depending on the voltage, you can have leakage current records, above all if there is a lot of rain accumulation, and that can be a threat, or they can be risky, as to think that even if you have everything insulated, if there is some perching here and there is a contact here in this first metallic cap that is connected to earth or to ground, that may pose danger or a hazard. That was the aim of the study developed by MITECO. As a way of conclusion, the leakage current records measured at different points of the insulators were considerably lower than those obtained by other types of insulator strings. Thus, we could say that there is a total insulated and secure surface for the birds that is longer than other insulator strings. This is with regard to the design and the architecture of these kind of insulators. We could continue talking about the composition of materials, etc., but I think you all know this device or this string, and I don't think we need to elaborate further on that. This is all I wanted to tell you today, and I hope that it has been useful. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, José Luis. You are the manufacturers that are always there, highly committed, working, innovating, always thinking about innovative products, researching, and this is how we are advancing to solve the problem. We have reached the end of this section on collaborators, the voice of our collaborators. It has been a luxury. You are only some of you from our collaborators. We could not bring all of you, but at least you have represented all the multidisciplinary team that has been working with us for 5 years. the planning is the following. We are a bit delayed with regard to schedule, but anyway, now we're going to have some time for Q&A. If you have questions, then we will start. We will read a draft of conclusions read by Agustín Madero, member of the Scientific Committee of the project AQUILA LIFE. It is just a draft. Later on, you will obviously be sent the document, and you will have some time to include your comments or remarks. And then finally, we will show a video by Paco Marquez. They have filmed 3. They will share with us 1. We will have a family pic, and then we invite you to visit the picture exhibition that you have out there. It is pictures of the whole project. Before you go, you should have a look at it. So we start with Q&A. Path. Well, I had one question for Pablo from Cogiti with regard to, he has left. Oh, he had to go. Pablo from Cogiti, I think she says. Unfortunately, no mic, no interpretation. It is with regard the last sentence on periodical inspections. All power lines have to be subject to. With this sentence, there is like a before and an after, because you have to consider as a deficiency those power lines that do not gather the conditions or satisfy requirements to avoid electrocution. So the question is, how is Cogiti preparing for those checkups? I understand that maybe certain details can be neglected when doing a checkup in terms of does it comply with the standard or the norm or not, or whether or not it is dangerous for the birds. We're talking about a royal decree that is related to safety for the birds as well. So I'd like to know what they are going to do when they look into a power line, and technically there is no problem, but there is a problem of electrocution. I don't know whether maybe Noemi wants to say something. No, we had a meeting with Cogiti, and they mentioned that they have a committee they have set up to decide these kind of aspects. They decide the inspectors in each autonomous communities. They are members of Cogiti. We're going to explain it properly. We have been invited, Grefa has been invited to participate at the committee of standardization and verification of power lines. Other stakeholders, other members, companies, universities, installers. This committee is already working. They hold a couple of meetings a year to improve those kind of things, details that you've mentioned. I'd like to highlight that this is not optional. This is law. This is compulsory. And now we have to take into account as well that lines present deficiencies from the point of view of bird protection. You inspect a line from a technical standpoint, it is perfect, there is no deficiency. However, there is a threat in terms of electrocution. What are you going to do? Are you going to give a deadline, 6 months, for example, 24, 12 months, depending on the severity of deficiency?
We got the notification directly from the Department of Energy, and obviously this applies to 2 types of faults. Moderate severe faults. We cannot say that there's nothing wrong. You have to respond to that notification. You always have to make allegations and respond to it formally. For very serious defects, we would be given 2 to 3 weeks. For serious faults, we would be given 2 to 3 months. For any collisions with power lines coming on grid after 2008, if they fall into the protected areas, that would be a defect. It would be an abnormality, and then we would get an official notification, an official request. And just as we publish bulletins, when we publish, they said that they would have inspectors checking on those bulletins. But you're involved in electricity transport. It's electrocution we're talking about, basically. Pablo? All pylons built from 2008 onwards have abnormalities reported to consider potential retrofitting, because the supports may be technically perfect for distribution, but are they adapted to the technical requirements for bird protection? That's the question. And then all pylons erected after 2008 are being retrofitted step by step, but complying with those deadlines, 2 to 3 weeks, that's impossible. But we're in charge of retrofitting all those pylons that have abnormalities. Sorry, we cannot hear the gentleman. He's not using a microphone. Okay, I just wanted to find out about the inspectors or the engineers that are in charge of the regular reviews and assessments of the power lines. What will happen if they see a stretch of power line that has no problems, that poses no dangers for people, but poses dangers for bird life? Inspections can be carried out in-house, or we can hire an external company to do the inspection. We usually use helicopters for aerial inspection and sometimes on foot with an external company. We need to report on non-adapted pylons officially, whether we see them from the helicopter or we detect them when doing our inspections on food. Regarding the specific question on rigid isolators, we would need to determine whether those are part of a power line that goes through a protected area. So what the ruling states is that any power lines within protected areas, or that have been considered as dangerous, shouldn't have rigid isolators. And in fact, rigid isolators have not been used for quite some time. The pylons erected after 2008 have been reported. They're included in the database. If something happens, if there is an electrocution incident, or there is an external indication pointing at a special danger or risk, we could act on it. Otherwise, we would stick to the official deadline. Thank you, Fernando. Will you talk about this? I had a question along those lines. You both mentioned power lines after 2008. Does that mean that for those erected before that date there is no plan? Because the royal decree came out in 2008, but on the other hand we had the law, on environmental governance. If there's something in the country which is dangerous for birds, it must be corrected, modified or retrofitted, regardless of the time when that object was detected there. Before and after 2008, we will be telling the industry ministry about everything after 2008. We have more than 400,000 abnormalities recorded in the system. But the ones that will be declared before the ministry are the ones included by the ruling, those after 2008. Nikos requested the floor.
Thank you for the fantastic presentations. I'm Nikos from BirdLife Greece, and we are starting to work with electrocution as well in our country. And I would like to pose a question to all the ladies and gentlemen from the companies, the electrical companies. We know that we have a lot of studies about the environmental impact of electrocution, but we have very few studies of the economic impact. And I would like to ask you if your companies have ever done any assessment of the cost effectiveness of the mitigation measures that we work with, because blackouts, cutouts of the power, damage of the equipment, and all these things that happen during animals electrocution are money that your companies are losing. And after the mitigation measures, maybe it's cost effective and this money will not be lost anymore. Have you ever done any such assessments? Thanks.
Thanks, Nikos. It's interesting. You know, you understand the question? En español. Dice Nikos.
Nikos is saying whether you have done any studies on the economic impact. The fact that there are electrocutions on power lines implies that there may be blackouts and loss of revenue for your companies. And after the mitigation measures, it must be cost effective. I mean, retrofitting a power line should be cost effective because you would be avoiding blackouts and loss of revenue. Have you done anything about that? We haven't conducted a study as such, but they're doing everything with voltage on to avoid problems with economic losses and blackouts. When there is an electrocution, there can be a blackout of the energy there. Usually, they're very isolated incidents. There is not a global blackout for minutes or hours, it's just seconds. You don't even power the grid again back on. You just lose it for a few seconds.
There are a few studies, but I remember one characteristic from California. The blackout, not the blackouts, the electrocutions of animals. Each year cost $300 million only in California to the companies, not only from blackouts, but also from damage to the equipment, because you have to change parts, transformers. That's why I consider it's cost effective, or maybe is.
Pérdidas económicas en...
Economic losses. We haven't tackled the economic impact. No, we haven't assessed that. There must be figures out there, but I don't know of any studies comprehensive enough about the economic impact with incidents with animals. Thank you, Pablo. Justo wanted to speak. Sorry, Pablo, this question is different. Regarding the crossbar that we saw, the isolated crossbar, my question is, the pylon, is it made of the same material? Can you use any material for it? And I'm wondering, if you need a special material, do you need the soil to be special in any way, or can you erect the pylon anywhere? As I said, those crossbars can support up to 15-20 kilovolts. That is suitable for concrete. You have the isolated crossbar, and at the top of the pilot there is a cover made of the same material as the crossbar. So if a bird perches, for example, on the dome, it wouldn't get electrocuted. So it can be used for concrete. Removing wooden crossbars with rigid isolators. Regarding this, does that imply that changing the crossbars or replacing the crossbars is more cost effective than replacing the connectors? We've done our numbers, and if you need to change the wooden crossbar, you usually have to change it because it doesn't withstand the tension, and not using sticks or covers. Can you do it with the voltage on? You don't have to interrupt the supply. Carlota, and then Julieta, and then Juanjo, and Sandra. There's a question I would like to ask regarding something mentioned in the chat room earlier today. This comes from Salva Moreno, addressing Ángel from Cojiti. I told him he wasn't here at that time, but anyway, the question is as follows. How did they tackle at Cojiti the problem that engineers would assess defects based on their expertise or experience in accordance with current ITC LAT guides? Through what we have discussed with Cojiti, the reviews, the revision of power lines, I'm not talking about private landowners, that power lies with the regions, with the autonomous communities. Most autonomous communities are not conducting those reviews every 3 years. So inspectors from Cojiti, from the Institution of Industrial Engineers, told us that there's very few of them, by the way, there's very few inspectors trained and qualified. They told us that they had trained something like 100. The question is, how can we expect engineers to assess faults in the power lines? That's what the guidelines, the ITC guidelines say. Each properly qualified and trained engineer, Path wants to answer. What I believe Salva is referring to is exactly the same I mentioned. I don't agree, apart from what our colleague said. As regards power lines before and after 2008, I don't share that interpretation of the ruling that it would only apply to those power lines that cross protected areas. That is not true. The prosecutor's office has analyzed the legal text of the ruling. Electrocution can happen anywhere in the territory, so this has to be taken into account throughout the country. Just like you would avoid faults, to prevent problems, safety problems for humans, you will need to do that in the same way for birds. So in what way will that be included in the reports, in the assessment reports for the power lines? This has to be done every 3 years. This is an important matter. I can't remember who was talking about this earlier, but this is one of the biggest changes coming along because it has changed the rules of the game. So far, companies would have engineers generating reports on the status of power lines every 3 years. Those reports were compulsory, and they had to be sent to the regional departments of industry in all the autonomous communities of Spain. Now, this is no longer a safety-related matter. They need to ensure that there is compliance with electrotechnical guidelines and regulations for the protection of bird life. I'm not too sure that companies understand that clearly. I'm not too sure the industrial engineers understand this. This is not about willingness. So how will they implement this? Will they be able to do that? If that is the case, this is changing the rules of the game. This is very disruptive. Every 3 years, there will be an engineer generating a report on power lines saying, this power line complies in terms of safety, but it doesn't comply with the regulations in the Royal Decree regarding protected areas and other parts of the territory. This is a very big change, and the industrial engineers need to see to it that they do it properly. Soon we'll be talking about very different things. As Pablo said, what we have been doing so far within the project had to do with reporting abnormalities massively in all protected areas. We have been reviewing all of them, and those pylons have been included in new retrofitting plans. With the regulatory change, and with those inspections that will be carried out every 3 years, we will be opening new files for new abnormalities, regardless of where they are found, in protected areas or elsewhere. They will be included in retrofitting plans as well. So on the one hand, we have that date, 2008, and on the other hand, we have the Royal Decree coming into effect, because all power lines before 2008 had abnormalities reported with the corresponding retrofitting plans, bearing in mind all the mandates from Royal Decree 1432. And then, after 2008, all new power lines had to comply with the terms and conditions laid out by the new Royal Decree. So there are different phases or stages, really. We will now open new files, administrative files for abnormalities, just as we would do for any other types of problems. If we don't use the microphone when we speak, the interpreters cannot. Okay, that was very clear. I think the new Royal Decree establishes deadlines for engineers for the corresponding resolution of those incidences that have been reported. Then we have to differentiate between distribution companies. We have a correction or mitigation deadline, and then we have private individuals or private landowners who are must be subject to inspections by authorized companies with the corresponding deadlines in accordance with the existing regulation. Thank you. I wanted to ask the electricity company representatives, has Spain had any problems in the courts due to forest fires originating in power lines. To what extent do you think forest fires maybe originated in electrocution incidents? We have carried out an analysis of forest fires generated by ourselves with data from 2011. We've analyzed all the forest fires that may have been produced by us, either because of our facilities, because of wildlife, because of third parties interfering with our power lines. Incidents with forest fires related to wildlife account for some 8%. Short circuits or forest fires may be small or large, but it's only 8%. Only 8% of forest fires are caused by electrocutions. There was a forest fire that hit the headlines because of a griffon vulture last year. I think we lost some 500 hectares. It was arable land. And the fire was generated by that electrocution incident. Depending on the substrate, whether it is combustible or not, we may be talking about square meters or square kilometers or hectares. Okay, it's now Juanjo who has a question. Well, first of all, I'd like to say thank you for your presence. It is quite so impressive that we have 3 companies producing anti-electrocution material, and they're all from Spain. Spain is at the leading edge of new materials being manufactured. There's very few countries at that level of expertise, and this can open a completely new scenario for all of us. What I've heard from Iberdrola on those isolated crossbars may be absolutely disruptive with before and after situation, where applying the ultimate retrofitting mechanisms. And this is my question. For flat crossbars, are you developing new materials, or are you starting? Okay, microphone is yours anyway. It's your turn today. For flat crossbars, for horizontal crossbars, where we have standardized, it's a horizontal crossbar with a polymer, with fiberglass. It's 3 meters long, up to 20 kilovolts. This is what we have developed so far. If we get support from the ministry, if we are granted the go-ahead for those crossbars, thereby preventing the installation of pylons, we will keep developing new crossbars for different levels of voltage. Obviously, they will not be used everywhere. Isolated crossbars will not be used everywhere, because there's mechanical stress that we need to take into account, and we go up to 20 kilovolts and not above that. The rest will be adapted using isolators and covers. And on that note, I'm sorry for asking so many things of you. A little question from me. These crossbars have been designed to use no isolators. I understand now. It will have the usual polymeric isolator, 0.5 meter in length. What we have used so far, nothing new. Thank you so much, Pablo. It's now Sandra's turn, who has questions. Not from the chat. It's mine, actually. Just to give some peace of mind. Well, I had a question for Asaf.
La pregunto en inglés. Yeah, thank you so much for your presentation. It was really, really interesting. I really enjoyed it. I was very shocked when you spoke about the project of the wind farms in the sea, in the Aegean, and how this will affect the Bonellis. And I was wondering if you have any, or if you know if there is any assessment of the impact. I mean, if officially they are taking this into account and maybe trying to move the wind farms from that area, or is it just something that is completely 100% going to be? I was just curious about that.
Yeah, I expected this question, and unfortunately I don't have a good answer. I know that our office in NCC in Athens is working towards it. I mean, it started to do the advocacy work and to approach the officials. Maybe Nikos have some information about it, because the HOS probably is also pushing forward. We have recruited a master student to do a better analysis of the specific conditions when the eagles are crossing those water straits and approaching the land, and I hope that we will come up with better results and be more focused of what exactly we need to do, so it will be easier to convince people to do something, because right now it is very general, but maybe not specific enough. Do you want to?
Yes, if I could add something, this particular project is still in a very early stage. It doesn't even have an environmental impact assessment, the primary, okay from the ministry, nothing. Anyway, we are looking close at the situation and we are ready to act when it will start becoming a reality. But if you want the bigger image of what is happening with the wind farms in Greece, is that we have very serious problems with the spatial distribution, with the location of the wind farms, because we have many conflicts. It's like they are doing it on purpose, putting the wind farms in the most dangerous areas, and the environmental impact assessments are from mediocre to ridiculous. I'm completely honest with you about this. We have serious problems, especially in places where it's not, even in Natura 2000 areas, in places where we have very good data and we can compare it to the records of the environmental impact assessments. It's like they have never been there, or been there for a couple of times and then, just copy-pasted some data from the IUCN and the BirdLife, and they gave an environmental impact assessment, and this thing passes through the procedures of the ministry and is given the green light to make the development. So the problem starts from the very root, that there is not a thorough control of the quality of environmental impact assessments. Okay.
Thanks, Nikos and Asaf. Carlota Paz tiene una...
One last question for Noemi, who was just leaving the room. I got you. I was looking at you leaving the room. Anyway, my question is related to the royal decree, to the amendment. Are you contemplating including the whole of the mainland to apply those anti-electrocution measures or not? Or will you leave the autonomous communities at their own devices in order to determine what to do? We're seeking appropriate measures to determine priorities in the retrofitting of power lines. But I don't mean the priorities or the application of funding. The thing is, protected areas is related to the priorities that are related in turn to the investments. But then in the rest of the power lines, there's also electrocutions. Those power lines where there are electrocutions must be retrofitted. There's something very clear. there must be compliance with the royal decree and with the existing legislation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying it, because we have to agree with the environmental law, but the accountability law does not distinguish between different power lines, different areas. If there is a death of an endangered species, that is an environmental hazard. And that power line, wherever it is, it has to be subject to retrofitting. Yeah, so we agree on that, okay. And why is it so difficult in the royal decree to say that all around Spain, in the whole territory, we will? Yeah, because what I'm telling you, the protection areas is a way to prioritize efforts. We are talking about the same thing, sorry, and we are delayed with regard to the agenda. It's already 6 o'clock. We have to finish the seminar. Thank you, Naomi. Thank you. Thank you, Beth. We're going to close. We're going to read the draft of the conclusions. Mrs. Rivera, who is member of the scientific committee, AQUILA Life, will read them. Good afternoon. These sessions, as well as paying attention to your presentations that have been very interesting, Juanjo Iglesias and myself have gathered information to draft these conclusions. They are provisional. I'm sure they can be improved. But they are the ones, well, things that we noted down. Conclusions of the final seminar or congress. Regional actions in terms of the preservation of Bonelli's eagle that are coordinated among themselves have revealed as a good strategy to improve the general status of the species and the level of meta population. A strategy of participatory preservation with the stakeholders involved accelerates and speeds up the preservation projects, for example, reinforcement, reintroduction, or the struggle against threats. Electrocution is the main threat in terms of the preservation of Bonelli's eagle. There are other important anthropic mortality rates, for example, the drowning in irrigation rafts or collision. The natural mortality cause, the most important ones is the competition with the golden eagle. Infection by trichomonas is the most frequent lesion among the juvenile specimens. Pairs have been identified in all the places of the project. The 26 active territories of Bonelli's eagle coming from specimens bred in captivity, transferred or rehabilitated, certify the strategy by means of the hacking technique is an appropriate methodology to strengthen the populations of these species. These new pairs have generated 64 fledged chicks. Hacking technique ensures the training of new breeding areas. The obtention of specimens of different origin is a guarantee to continue the reintroduction projects. The tagging of wild specimens in Andalusia has illustrated almost no dispersal or recruitment of birds outside this region versus other peninsular areas, and this would justify even more the reinforcement and reintroduction projects wherever necessary. The improvement of technology of GPS emitters is allowing a wider knowledge in terms of behaviors. An example is the accelerometer. The French and Portuguese population are on the high. It is very interesting, the peri-urban expansion of Portuguese population that is breeding on tree. To the east of the Mediterranean area, there has been an increase in terms of the knowledge of the juvenile dispersal of the species thanks to the tagging of specimens with GPS emitters. The International Plan of Action for Bonelli's eagle that is being drafted will be a planning tool, a very important planning tool, and will facilitate a definition of national strategies. The funding of conservation projects, and it will improve the communication between countries to preserve these species. The retrofitting of power lines has shown very efficient against mortality. We should over-dimension the safety distances in retrofitting with regard to Royal Decree 1432/2008. An appropriate implementation of protective measures is fundamental to improve the efficiency of these actions. It is necessary to continue enhancing the empowerment of the stakeholders to avoid retrofittings that have been not properly done. Coordination between environmental administrations, the prosecutor's office, NGOs, and power companies is facilitating the solution of the problem. Governance is essential. The participation of industrial authorities is still a pending challenge. Collision is infravalued due to the detection difficulty, another challenge to be faced. Research and development of new technologies or products is fundamental to mitigate this problem. Here we have not referred to the new projects of wind parks and the evacuation lines that will take place and that we have to add, because now I'm going to make use of this microphone that you have given me to mention a couple of things. I think we have to give a solution, any solution. I am afraid that maybe the other citizens do not understand us when we say Bonelli's equal territory, we cannot place wind parks or nuclear plants or coal plants or cogeneration or solar panels. Honestly, I am concerned about this because maybe people do not understand me. Maybe we should not express it in that way, but rather say in the environment of the territories of Bonelli's Eagle, we should have only wind parks that are oscillating, for example. It is a technology that could be possible. Well, we do not oppose to a source of energy because everybody is using energy. When you go home, you use energy, power. But we have to favor and say, well, there is a technology that maybe it is in baby steps, but here there is something that is compatible with the Eagle. So we have to make an effort towards inclusion of many human factors with this species, and not always say no, 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 because otherwise we will be isolated. And we need power as well. And second reflection, in the line of a mantra that has been repeated by many associations, conservationist associations, the management of territory is the cheapest. Whoever has managed territory knows that that is fake. It is the most expensive thing. First, because it is very, very large, the territory, and also because when you do some clearing of trees, after 4 years, then the trees or the bushes come up again. And we taking into account the loss of rural population, there are some measures, and Navarra told us about it. Population has participated in those measures. We in Andalusia as well have participated in other actions. But they are anecdotes regarding the surface of the territory to be managed. So we should also reflect upon this topic, because there is not one single solution for everything, but we need to seek solutions. And I cannot think of any way to manage such large surfaces of the territory without any other but a productive an economic activity. What activities allow us to manage large extensions of territory? Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Agustin, who has been as a member of scientific committee collaborating with us from the very beginning of the project, and he was in the previous life also as a partner, a member of the regional government of Andalusia. Let's have a look at a video of the project prepared by Paco Marquez, and then do not leave because we will have the family picture. Vamos a ver si hay que traducir algo de esto. We have not seen the video and we do not have the script. We will do our best in the interpretation booth. International project AQUILA LIFE, funded by the European Union, is a subsequent of LIFE Bonelli project between 2013-2017. In the AQUILA LIFE that will last until 2022, under the coordination of the Spanish NGO Grefa. There are other partners and collaborators.
ocurre? Que hay una diferencia de...
What happens? There is a difference in terms of power between one part of the other, and the energy will balance that difference of potential. And that is when the electrocution happens, when you are there. Take into account the advance, the route in your works, and sometimes they call you because they have seen a Bonelli's eagle under a power line. And the objective in terms of planning the service
Electrocution is the main threat for Bonelli's eagle. To avoid it, we're acting on the land, modifying and retrofitting power lines that are dangerous to bird life. Bonelli's eagles were introduced by AQUILA LIFE come from pairs from the wildlife centres of Grefa, Spain and LPO BirdLife, France. We are also using chicks rescued from nests in Andalusia and specimens rehabilitated in wildlife centres throughout Europe.
con la contribución del programa LIFE de la Unión Europea.